And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
It's out of my hands, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my soul.
Scan the QR codes to see what's upcoming for FTW Productions and what's available on demand right now. Owen the Talkinator Studios series premiere of Owen and AJ Talks. Welcome to the FTW family, Zero Miller. Shared experiences re-airing on the new FTW main hub. All Retro Wrestling Review Series videos on demand and upcoming. The Wrestling Rundown and ATW View crossover available now on demand. Fantasy Booking Series video, If Goldberg Stayed in WWE in 2004. Pride CAW Supercard by Zero Entertainment, available now on demand. All of A Simple Man's Brand Simply Predicting panels. Simple Bracketology season premiere covering the G1 Climax 33, AEW Spark, WWE Aftershock, every show week by week. Indie Force episode 27, available now on demand. Jeff Meacham Network, all watch-along events. AEW Double or Nothing Go Home Week, Dynamite and Rampage watch parties. A Simple Take, WWE Simple Takes featuring Cassidy 18 Studios. Super Mario Bros. Z voice acting, episode 3 coming soon. La Strada 1954 watch-along, available on demand. WYW Intro and Immortal stream. Wrestling with Idiocy episode 8, fast food and restaurants discussion. Plugs have concluded. On to the video.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports, and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Yeah, who wants to go first?
Well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host,
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
the Renegade, JJ Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts,
I am the founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
the West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the He-Man, James Hebert. Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies! There you go! It sells
Oh,
itself!
God.
Get in there!
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ, give it time.
Now, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that
Dumb move, just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Live. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... Nope, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen!
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
That's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
We ended on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant.
We're here.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the Saturday night shenanigans that are open mic night. I am the voice of your host and moderator, the Renegade JJ Williams. Thank you, everybody, for joining us this evening. And as I begin to let everybody in tonight, as we begin our stream, I want to just make this perfectly clear. Yes, we will tonight be addressing Bray Wyatt, Terry Funk, Bob Barker, Arlene Sorkin, paying tribute to all of them who passed away over the last few days. But that is not all that tonight is about. We do have other topics that we will be discussing as well. First person I'm going to bring in, of course, the man whose name is on the marquee, the West Coast Professor Jeff Meacham.
It's been one of those weeks, guys. But I love that we got the Bray Wyatt intro. That was clever. It was very nice. I'll raise my glass to that to start with. I'm actually trying something new tonight because I had limited resources. Not planning on being in this house tonight. I have root beer and honey jack. So we're calling this a honey Lynchburg is what this is called, because usually it's Lynchburg beer if you have root beer and Jack Daniels, but this is a honey Lynchburg tonight. So there you go.
I also am trying something tonight new. I have Apple Jack.
Oh, you got your Apple Jack. There you go.
And honey jack with Coke.
Yeah, boy. Well, cheers, brother.
I'll take a sip of that in a moment, but want to make sure that I let everyone else in.
Let them in.
Next up is the man who seems to get even less sleep than either of us, sir.
That's saying something right now.
I mean, he called NXT Heatwave with me on Tuesday. He called a special watch long of SmackDown last night.
Yeah.
We just did AEW Collision. He's got 2 streams ahead of him tomorrow, all in an emergence. He's done 2 Simply Predicting streams in the last 24 hours. He is the hardest working man in the multiverse of media.
Damn straight.
Noah Foster.
Hey, hello. I'm still working as we speak as I work on our stuff for tomorrow, church and wrestling wise. Good to see you, JJ. Good to see you, Jeff. Good to see you, Multiverse.
Good to be seen as always, good sir.
Yes, yes.
Rounding out the core 4, of course.
As he do.
The Heeb man, James Hebert, in the house.
Hello. Of course, I am in the. I'm also busy editing the watch party that I did for Collision. So if I'm looking a bit distracted, that's why. I had it edited, and then for some reason everything on my computer glitched out, and I had to restart my whole system. So yeah,
that's always
good times.
Yeah.
That is the eternal prankster Windham Rotunda messing with you from above. That's what he's doing.
No, yeah.
And then joining us on location in their motor vehicle.
Yes.
The man and woman who bring us the stats every Tuesday on the Sports Bar. Stat Boy and Stat Girl.
Hey.
If you guys don't know what Jeep Invasion is, be glad you're not in Pigeon Forge right now. Imagine every possible Jeep on the planet getting rubber ducks and blocking the streets, and they're loving it and making a ton of noise. It's a traffic nightmare, but this is why we moved to Tennessee, ladies and gentlemen.
No, it is not, but it's a perk.
Move to Tennessee for the traffic. That's the first from somebody from California.
Right?
Guys,
for rubber duckies and traffic.
Okay. Oh, that's fair. Rubber duckies trumps over everything. There you go. My bad. You're right. That's fair. That's fair.
We're up to 7 now.
We have collected 7 rubber ducks in 30 minutes. We've moved maybe 500 feet. We're trying to get back to our house. So
good grief.
It's a traffic nightmare.
7 rubber duckies away, our house.
And not copyright. And not copyright.
Not karaoke now. Go ahead. You're good.
You're the one.
Oh, God.
You make driving lots of fun.
I'm not going there with this.
He's not wrong.
Rubber ducky, we're awfully fond of you.
Oh, my gosh.
You
know way more song than I do.
Does this really surprise you, Jeff?
Kid songs. And I was singing 6 little ducks went out to play over the hill and far away. But that's all you're getting now.
Okay.
I'm not turning the camera around on this guy.
There's this dude walking down the middle of the street in swim shorts, flip-flops, and he's got a rubber duck attached to him. He's in a rubber duck floaty.
Nice.
All right.
All right. Good to see everybody in the chat room. Though. It's good. It's good to go ahead.
That's finest.
Nice one.
Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
Okay.
And this is Pigeon Forge, folks.
This is wild. Nice.
Yeah, that's putting it mildly, James.
Nice.
Yes. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and Mikey and George, raise your hand when you got something. That way that we can keep going. But yeah, we'll go ahead. You were saying about the songs here, Jay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was saying, are you at all surprised that I know the words to a Muppet song performed by Jim Henson, like Really You're Shook?
No, that's fair. That's fair. I forgot that was a Henson creation among other things that Crazy Frog of his has sung. So there you go.
That was actually Ernie.
Oh, that's true. Okay, well, same voice. Hey, you put a video of Ernie and Bert talking next to a video of Kermit and Fozzie talking, and I defy you, if you're not looking at the screen, to know the difference.
It's fair.
That's fair.
And to answer Dwayne's question about news on NWA 75 Night 1, the results are running across the bottom of the screen, sir.
There you go.
I will say this in short, though. Like I say, you can look and see everything that happened. Every championship that was on the line for Night 1 changed hands, except in our main event, as Camille defeated James's goddess, Natalia Markova, of which Noah is extremely ecstatic about, and James is now grumpy Gus.
Wherever the brick house is burnt.
And again, this is, I think if anything should have hit a reset button, it should be the championship, because much like Roman Reigns, what do you do now? She's beating everybody.
She truly has beaten everybody, to be fair. She's unstoppable.
So we'll see. We shall see.
Anyway.
But Jay, you mentioned another one as we were going on the air here.
Yes.
Arlene Sorkin, man. Oh. Us Batfolk are upset now too.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we didn't have her image in time to throw it into the 10-bell salute.
No.
But we did get a graphic made so that we could throw it up there. The original voice of Harley Quinn.
Yeah. The inspiration for Harley.
Yeah.
Because her and Paul Dini were college buddies, and Paul Dini, of course, the creator of the animated series. So not a bad inspiration to draw from with that accent and that bubbly blonde personality and that hair. Man, that's
yeah, exactly. There you go.
All right.
We do have a lot to talk about tonight.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to try to start running through this as quickly as possible. I do have a report from Datilla. She will be joining us in a few.
Okay.
She's probably filming her Collision post-show, especially since it's the lead-in for All In.
Yes.
But she has the link. First thing I wanted to touch on was the Edge's final match, which, granted, was the only topic we really covered last week on Open Mic Night after doing 4+ hours of karaoke. You crazy madmen of the chat room, thank you again for the close to $500 that we raised across all 3 channels.
Absolutely bananas.
I feel like me and Jeff have said this on every stream we've been on this week, so this will be the last time until the next karaoke. But you guys truly humbled us with the way you guys came out last week in droves.
Yeah.
Like I said, almost $500 between my channel, Jeff's channel, and the Greg Cherry brand.
Yeah. Just unbelievable.
And we're not going to stop. We're going to continue doing karaoke for you guys. As a matter of fact, we announced this last night on the Impromptu SmackDown stream. So we're going to go ahead and throw it out there again right now. If we can get $25 in super chats between Jeff's channel and my channel, Jeff will sing Desperado tonight in tribute to Terry Funk, who used that as his ECW theme.
Yeah.
If we can get $50 in super chats, Noah has volunteered to sing Live in Fear, the first Bray Wyatt theme.
Ooh, I like that. There you go.
So, as me and Jeff are so fond of saying, the puck is now in your zone, people in the chat room. $25 gets Desperado, $50 gets Live in Fear. But we wanted to touch on the Edge thing because he posted a video to his Twitter this week, kind of clarifying everything, because a lot of people were like, is that his last match? Is he retired? What's really going on? So I'm going to run this video. It's just shy of 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And here is Adam Edge Copeland himself telling you the situation with his career at this point in time.
Morning, everybody. That's how I look in the morning. It's not pretty, but need my coffee for this. So I woke up to a bunch of voicemails, texts, and everything from actual friends and family, wondering what's going on and concerned and blah blah blah. So I just figured I better address it. There's nothing going on. There's no hard feelings between me and WWE. I love WWE. It's my dream gig. It's all I ever wanted to do. And I didn't come at them with some crazy contract or anything, and they didn't deny me. I have a contract extension sitting in my inbox. I just don't know what to do. The first time I had to retire, it was forced, and this time the choice is in my lap, and it's a lot harder. WWE gave me that night, Friday night in Toronto, and it was the best night of my career. A lot of people will say you should retire at WrestleMania or this or that, but it's not their career. That Friday night was really special for me, and I don't know if that can be topped, to be perfectly honest. And if we think we can, then great. But I need to sit with it and just know that whatever it is that I do, whether it's Percy Jackson, which is coming up soon, or it's wrestling, or it's sitting in my rocking chair, it's because I'm having fun, and having fun at this stage of my life and raising my kids are the two most important things. So hope that clears stuff up. I'm gonna go back to my coffee. See you.
So there we go. Edge basically saying that he didn't come at WWE with some insane offer that they denied. They didn't try to lowball him or anything. He literally has a contract in his inbox if he wants to sign it. But at this point in the game, that match against Sheamus in Toronto, how do you top it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So hopefully that dispels any of the chitter chatter. Matthew coming in here saying Edge proving the dirt sheets wrong yet again. Just let him enjoy his life right now. Absolutely.
Yeah. I do want to say that while I am in total agreement with it, let's also not be entirely for sure until All In's past us. And I only say that because
that's fair.
It ain't the first time Edge has worked the social media. I ain't going there, and then he showed up at the Rumble. So there is that. he has definitely came in out of nowhere and just kind of surprised us, even though he's denied. Oh no, I'm not. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not coming back. So there is that. So I will say waiting. If he doesn't show up at All In, then he's telling the truth. Put it that way.
That's fair.
You know what I mean? I never say never, right? There is that. But yeah, otherwise, just don't harass the guy. Let him do his thing. Let him rock in his chair. God damn it!
Right, and drink his coffee.
Yes.
Spend time with his girls and Beth.
I agree. That's really all I have. I don't know if anybody else has anything else to add on this.
Yeah, I mean, this can be just a quick throw your 2 cents in and everything, but, we don't have to spend a whole lot of time on this. Noah, what are your thoughts after hearing that video?
I mean, at the end of the day, Edge has an illustrious career, and now it can go his own way. He has that choice. So when you're at a crossroads, you should take the time to choose what you want to do. So let the individual choose let Adam Cole choose what he wants to do going forward, whether he wants to put away the boots or just take some time away before he puts them back on again. I think it's a very fair argument, and it's mutual respect among him and who he currently works with, and honestly, who he could work with wherever and whenever. So good for him. I really think the match with Sheamus is a perfect bow on a career. He doesn't necessarily need to go after a championship again. He has absolutely nothing else to prove. Could the industry have a lot to gain with him still being involved in it, especially for those that wish to learn from him? Yes, but it doesn't mean he has to wrestle. Let him relax for now from home and let him choose when he comes back on our screen next time. I'm perfectly fine with it.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, Sheamus isn't exactly the person I would have thought of for his Cinderella ending. You know, obviously you think about Edge's career, you think about names like Christian, you think about names like Cena, think about names like Orton, think about another shot at Roman. You know, if Edge were to come back, and I think one of you guys said it last week when we briefly mentioned this topic, I'd like to see him at Mania against Priest.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Priest was the first recruit to the Judgment Day.
Yep.
So let him versus Priest one-on-one at Mania and have that be his swan song. You know, Edge more or less debuted this ominous figure as a member of a stable in the Brood. And then when he started what everyone at the time called the Brood 2.0, Priest was the number one draft pick. So do the Brood entrance again at Mania, fall to Priest, right off into the sunset. Jeff, what are your thoughts?
Just what I took away from Adam's retirement versus Adam's choice was simply that, he said it on his DVD, he said it in interviews in 2011. There wasn't a choice last time, which made it very simple to make the choice, quote unquote. When you don't have a choice, it's real simple to go ahead and do what you need to do. And now it's been 12 years. It's a much harder thing because he's in good shape. Is he in good enough shape to go on a full run again? No, and he's admitted as much, which is why you don't see him a hell of a whole lot. Is he, as mentioned, is he kayfabing us? Are we going to see him pop up out of that coffin tomorrow night?
Yeah.
That's the thing. Maybe not now after what happened with Bray and with Terry Funk and with but I don't know. It's one of those. You don't really know what to think because Edge was there. Adam was there when Owen Hart passed away, and it was a horrible time for the industry, and especially for the locker room. The locker room, I don't think to this day the wrestling locker rooms have really fully gotten over the passing of Owen Hart, the way it went down. Bray Wyatt's, while not as sensationalized of a passing, was still a what the hell moment.
Yeah.
And will be for some time. But I don't know if, he doesn't have to necessarily, be the surprise in that match with Christian Cage. But, I honestly always saw once he, retired from full-time in-ring, even back when he originally did, I always saw it as he would be one of those guys that would stick around and pass on the knowledge, but not get in his own way or the company's way. Adam's just that kind of guy, and Adam is so he's very much the same vein as I see him doing what they have Sean Waltman doing, which is occasionally pop down to the PC, impart the wisdom, and but don't get up in the sauce too much. That's what I would see Adam doing more than going on Twitter and completely snowing us and then show up in London tomorrow. But as James said, it wouldn't surprise me because that's just That's old school wrestling. You keep everybody in the dark until, oh shit, surprise, But I don't know if. See, I think that if Adam were to do that, it would mean he would be full time, getting involved in storylines, being involved on the regular, and I just don't see that I don't see that from Adam at this point. I just don't. It doesn't make sense to me that would be a thing at this stage. He got a wonderful match with the person he selected. Right or wrong. In our eyes, as far as fans, Chris, Sheamus again wouldn't be that person you would think of, but think about it this way. The names you mentioned. Christian's in AEW. He's in a full-time situation. He's got a match on the card tomorrow. Unfortunately, they can't do what they did in TNA. 11 years ago, and ended up bad anyway. Or have Christian come back to WWE and Flair go to TNA, or however it worked, whatever that was. The other way around. Sorry. I just don't see it happening. I'd like to think that he is good with where he's at in his career. He was able to come back and get that unbelievable moment at the 2020 Rumble, main event WrestleMania again, being in a faction that, a faction full of a old-time leader and a bunch of young pups actually got the young pups over. What a concept. Right. But it happened. What do you know?
I know.
I think that's the perfect way for it, because he did what Evolution was supposed to do. And granted, Evolution did do its job. Orton Batista got over like damn Rover. But there is not one person in Judgment Day, even Balor, people have said have stutter stepped again. There's not one person in that faction that's not OVER now as a result.
That's fair. That's fair. And I had said on Simply Predicting that, if he was going to come, that coffin match is where to do it. Except instead of being in the coffin, I said have him and attack Swerve backstage and Christian's mystery partner. So you get that ENC pop.
Yeah.
And as far as, what could he use for music? Rob Zombie, Never Gonna Stop Me.
I mean, there is that.
Because it's not like the WWE owns that.
I would have been like, hey, Alter Bridge coming home. Everybody wanted that to be his theme song for years. I don't know. It'd just be weird, though, because he's not coming home. He's going somewhere else. It's weird.
Stat Boy, I see that you've finally gotten home. You're no longer in traffic. What have you got to say about this?
Yeah. I'm going to just say that I'm very happy that Adam decided to clear the air, because we all know that, stories go crazy and people make up things and everything, and it's just not the right thing to do. So first, I'll send a shout out. I'll say, thank you for doing that. At this point in his life, he can do whatever he wants. If he wants to be a dad, let him be a dad. If he wants to come back once in a while and be the mentor, by all means, sign the contract. If he wants to pop up on AEW and they gave him a good enough deal and he said there's no hard feelings with WWE, he can do that. So it's kind of like and I've said this many times on Sports Bar, and I've said this many times, sports athletes and celebrities, they just don't want to stop. They want to keep going. If you don't see them in the area of their expertise, like a quarterback on the football field, a driver in NASCAR, a baseball player at home plate, they become the coach, they become the manager, they become the mentor, and then they become the commentator. And then you see them on the Legendary Tour with conventions and things like that. The sky's the limit for Adam. He can go back to Hollywood. You know,
Yeah.
he can have
Sure he
acting
is.
gigs again. Absolutely. And the sky's the limit is, and whatever he chooses, of course, Beth and the kids have something to say because that's family. But yeah, whatever he chooses, he deserved. I'm going to briefly log out and then log back into my computer, so I'll be back in just a quick second.
Sounds good.
There you go. All right.
Cool. Like I said, not a whole lot to really get into on that one. Just wanted to handle that briefly since that video did surface. The first major talk we're going to have today, bring Mikey back in. There we go. The first major topic we're going to discuss today is a hard one for me to really get into because of my personal feelings towards the subject matter.
Yeah.
But it was revealed a couple weeks ago that Tammy Sytch, the former Sunny, pleaded no contest. What happened to the thing? I had Jeff in the corner there. There we go.
No.
I don't know. I didn't touch it.
She pled no contest and is now potentially facing 25 years in prison for her crimes. Got Dory Lou here now. Bring her in.
There we go.
Sorry, guys. The light's bright, so sunglasses at night.
No worries. So you can see.
Because my future's that bright.
What does everybody think as far as the Sunny situation goes? I mean,
and again, Jay, let me just, if anybody has something different than what the previous people say, then go ahead. If you're going to say, I agree, and then go on for 10 minutes about why you agree, just pass the baton.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah. Go ahead, Mikey. I'll let you start.
For those of you that don't know, no contest comes from the Latin nolo contendere. I do not wish to contend. In the legal sense, and these are stats that sometimes I don't even like to talk about, you are not admitting guilt, but it has the same effect as you are guilty without saying the words, I'm guilty. Right. Now, this case, when it first dropped, like, I believe that she actually had a defense. She claimed, again, this is all alleged because it's not proven, that the gentleman did not pass away from the accident, that he had a condition. As it's said in every legal movie, especially in The Green Mile, everybody is entitled to a defense. You have a right to defend yourself. This is where I'm a little bit upset at her. If you were that adamant that you had a defense, why not go for it and try? It's also been so, I've said this many times, I would rather try and fail than give up and not do anything at all. Saying no contest, it's like you're tapping out. It's like you're giving up. Fight for yourself. You are 50 years old, Tammy Lynn, 25 to life. If by some miracle you'll be 75 years old, and by then no one is going to remember you. That's not how you want your legacy to be defined. You're asking the judge for forgiveness for something you believe you didn't do, and that's where what are you doing? You never should quit. I've quit many times in many things. I regret them. I regret them every time. You gotta fight.
And then if you lose, at least you tried. And if I could learn that, I'd be a lot happier. That's what I got to say on that. I mean, I'm not saying guilt or innocence. I just want to know why. Why are you doing it?
Okay.
Well, we lost Jeff somehow. I don't know how. Oh, there we go.
He's coming back.
He's coming back. I was waiting for his thing to pop up, but it's just hard for me when it comes to this because on the one hand, I agree she deserves to be punished. You can't let people continue to get away with stuff like this. And this isn't the first time that she's had these type of issues. But at the same time, 25 years, she's likely to die in prison. I'm not sure if that's fair either. You know, especially when you think about, and I'm not saying that it's right, let me just reiterate that now, but especially when you think about all the other celebrities that get off the hook with a slap on the wrist. You know, I mean, we can sit here and we can break down every celebrity legal case over the last 25 years and how many of them actually got the punishment that they deserved for their crime. And the list is few and far between.
Right.
Like I said, this is hard for me to be objective on because, and for those of you out there that don't know the story, I know most of the panel does. It's been documented multiple times on the shows. But there was a wrestling autograph festival that I went to up in Northern California, like 15 years ago now.
Mm-hmm.
That ended up being dubbed the Frisco Fiasco because of how the promoter bailed without paying out the talent. But while I was in line to meet the wrestlers, I collapsed and had a seizure. Tammy came to the aid because of handling Chris Candido and his seizures for all those years. So she was there, a stranger, when I needed her. So like I say, it's hard for me to be objective because I feel like she needs somebody the same way right now. You know, she needs help. I don't know if she needs life in prison. There's a fine line.
It is one of the greatest stories. You as my brother, I love you greatly. I love telling that story.
Don't. It's not a happy story. But
it's a happy story that she saved your life.
That's talking,
the beautiful part about it. I'm sorry.
I am seriously going to start muting everybody while people are talking if we can't get some order. It is not a happy story. It's not a story I like telling people. But I felt it needed to be reiterated to explain why I'd be more willing to be lenient to her in this situation where most people would be like, just throw the book at her. I feel like at her age, she could probably only really do 5 to 10 without just killing herself in prison. And having somebody come and find her hung from her prison cell.
No.
Because again, the likelihood of her dying while in prison especially with all the drugs and alcohol that she's messed with over the years, is a very real possibility. It's not something I wish, it's not something I want to see happen, but it's a very real possibility. Think about how Eddie Guerrero collapsed while brushing his teeth because of all the years of abuse that he put his body through.
Yeah.
And he was sober for how many years at that point?
Yeah, many years.
So, and again, I'm not a legal representative. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not pretending to be a lawyer. I would say, and this is all contingent on the judge wanting to give her a chance, give her one last chance, which, again, I don't really know if she deserves. But based on her age and everything, I would say 10 years, serving no less than 5. Figures most of the time you can get half on good behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And immediate enrollment into,
Some kind of rehab.
Yeah, something like that on your release, because you figure by the time she gets out, she's already going to be 5 years sober. It's going to be a lot easier at that point.
My hand is up. You just can't see it.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, sorry guys I don't know what's going on, but like my headline says, apparently this is where technology goes to die from now on. God, I hate this damn house. Anyway, and I missed what everybody said, so if this was said, I apologize.
Mikey and I are the only ones that have spoken really so far. So
okay. So again, I'm not trying to reiterate, but if you followed the story as it, started to progress and degenerate, for lack of a better term, it didn't seem like she, and again, this is all, perception's a mucker father. It didn't seem like she was really showing any legitimate remorse originally for what happened. And I don't know if that's just Tammy being Tammy and cantankerous as she's gone on, or if that's a legitimate, I didn't do this and I feel like I should fight, because here's where I waver now. Yes, Mikey's correct. No contest is essentially not an admission of guilt, but it's also a way to avoid being held financially responsible. She will still be, sentenced based on criminal responsibility. At the end of the day, she killed a man. However you break that down, her actions caused another human being to pass away. So, yes, she's not exactly a young spring chicken anymore, but I always go back to how many DUI charges in a short amount of time. I very much like it, and I hate to use this reference with the top row, especially because I know I'm going to get the side eye for using the reference, but Gordon Bombay. 9 charges in 3 years. How do you still have a license? And then driving with a suspended license, knowing her license was suspended. Yeah. I do agree that she does need the help. I'm not trying to say she doesn't. It's clear that she does. But it's also clear that, and we all know this because we all have addicts in our lives. Hey, James, I'm going to mute James. Sorry, brother. Just lots of noise. So I'm going to stop that. People can't get help until they want the help themselves. And is Tammy in that place now by having her plea be entered no contest? I want to think so. I do. But is she? We'll see what the sentencing says. And, unfortunately, none of us are there, so we have to wait and see what happens, unfortunately, in that case. Walter's here. What up, Walter? Anyway, I'm good.
Okay. To answer Brandon real quick in the chat room, I don't know for certain. It's not like I was there, but that's what was reported by pretty much everybody at the time. So I'm just going off of the information that's been out there for the past 18 years. So the top row has spoken on this. Does anybody on the bottom row want to speak? Go ahead, Dory.
Just, and not to rehash it all, but, and it's right there also. I know people who've gotten DUIs who have gotten in enough that their licenses were suspended, have done jail time, have come out better for it. But at the same time, you have your people who can pay their way out of those things. Hitting bottom is usually where people finally say, I need help. But like Rage of Wrestling said, you know, they have to say they want help first. There's two steps. The first two steps is saying, I need help, and will you help me? Has she hit that point? For her sake, I hope she has. For her family's sake, I hope she has. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. James or Noah?
I really don't have much else to say. I think everybody crossed all bases.
Okay.
The only thing that I can really add, if what they're saying is true and there was a medical ailment, that's fine, but she still needs to be punished to some degree, and she needs to, at the very least, bare minimum, after she gets out of jail, never have a license again. Period, point blank, end of story. She needs to be completely stripped from ever having that privilege. I think Jeff hit the nail on the head from that. Even if she's sober, never should it be able to drive again. So, because at the end of the day, like that's really the outcome that I see where everybody is happy with it. And even then, it's like the family is probably looking for more justice, and they're never going to get that because of her name. And at the end of the day, they lost somebody, you know. And to me, that will always be bullshit.
Agreed.
And there have been plenty of times where she could have gotten help and she didn't. And
I think the biggest problem, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think her biggest problem is staying in the wrestling bubble.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if she was just able to get out of that, I think she'd be able to turn her life around. But the entire wrestling lifestyle is, you know, the same as the rock and roll lifestyle. It's sex, drugs, rock and roll, and excess. Like, that's professional wrestling.
At that time, yeah.
Well, and even to a certain degree still now.
Yeah.
I mean, not as much as it was in the 80s and the early 90s, but still, like, when that's the lifestyle, you know, it's hard to get away from that, I think. And regardless of what her and Chris were to each other, Chris Candido, I did watch the Dark Side of the Ring episode on that. Kind of regret that I had, but that's a whole other story.
Yeah, same.
But whatever they were to each other, she just, ever since his passing, she seems to keep falling in with toxic relationship after toxic relationship after toxic relationship, and it does nothing to help her.
Yeah.
She needs to find that relationship that's going to lead her to the other side of the path. Make the right instead of the left. And if she can find that wherever she finds that, I think that'll start her on the road that she needs to be on. James?
You mentioned that. While I'm only 27, I actually have some experience with this, unfortunately. Only because not necessarily in the wake of drugs being involved, but I've been in my fair share of very, very toxic relationships. One was so bad to the point where I refused to look for another relationship. And I said to myself after that, I'm going to let the right one come to me. I'm not going to be desperate and look for one myself. If the right one comes, cool. The right one did. The only reason we're not together now is because arranged marriage is a bitch in her case, so we're no longer together. But I did find a right one, and it wasn't toxic, and it was wonderful. And I do think that is more the approach that Tammy needs to take. She may find no one, but at this point in her life, she needs to be comfortable in her own damn skin and not worried about somebody coming through and, tending to her needs when, how old is she now?
50 years old.
Maybe there's
She's only
time.
3 years older than me.
Maybe there will be time where she does find somebody. But if you go and look for it like she has been doing, because let's not kid ourselves, she absolutely has. And it's not been pretty, as we have seen, because look where she's at now. I think that if she just waits it out and let the right one come to her, then they'll be good. You know what I mean? But that's one part of the equation kind of solved. Just let the right person come to you there. I think the other part of the equation is you hit the nail on the head, JJ. I think she needs to completely distance herself from the sport. She does. I think at this point, she needs to cut all ties with pro wrestling. Because I think at this point it's done nothing but harm her. Everybody that she's ever known has either fallen or just become an abusive prick, lack of a better term, and toxic. Why would you want to be around that?
Because it's the only life you know. That's the problem. That's the
right.
For lack of a better term, that's the addiction. It's the only life you know. There's a lot of people out there, and the fact that you were able to wait for the right one to come to you, the fact that I was able to wait for the right one to come back to me, there's those of us out there that can do that. That's great. The problem is that the majority of people out there, or I won't say the majority, but there's a good number of people out there that feel they are defined by their relationships. And that could very well be the boat that Tammy is in.
Maybe.
When she wasn't Chris Candido's girlfriend, who was she?
Valid point, brother. She was even cooler than herself, and I know there was talk a lot, especially on Dark Side. She really didn't have any genuine interest in being involved in wrestling. I'm not going to heap the blame on Corny because everybody loves to do that, Jim Cornette, but
Cornette saw that beautiful blonde hair and that face and went, dollar signs.
Yeah.
And, for lack of a better term, it's very hard when somebody heaps that amount of praise on you to not jump on it and accept it and run like hell with it.
Yeah. I mean, let us
Especially
not forget that she was the most downloaded woman on the internet
Yes.
in 95 and 96. Granted, during the internet's infancy, but more downloaded than Pamela Anderson, Jenny McCarthy, Carmen Electra.
Yeah. Yeah.
Noah, you've been awfully quiet on this one. I'm going to read Marshall's question here, and I'll throw it to you for an answer. Do we think that if Tammy had never been in the wrestling industry, that she wouldn't have had the drug and alcohol problems?
It's hard to say because you really don't know what sort of peer pressure, what sort of circumstance could cause a person to either seek that sort of coping or seek that sort of self-defined peace or seek that sort of challenge. Speaking on behalf of my mother, who literally almost fell to alcoholism and even tried vaping at one point, she found peace in relapse and rehabilitation and then almost collapsed again. And at the end of the day, she is now over 3 years sober and in a better state of ways. I think it just comes down to the environment that you are at and also the people that you are with, not necessarily the rest of the industry itself. That's almost like saying this type of scenario is one-dimensional, that it can only happen while you're in here. Truth be told, we probably wouldn't be aware of it because we wouldn't know who this person is. But for all you know, as we speak right now, it is friggin' broad daylight on the other half of the world, and there's probably somebody doing this shit right now, even in a worse fashion, and even in a less, more inconsiderate fashion. So, no, I don't think it's just because of the fact that she was involved in the wrestling industry. This can happen to anybody at any time. And at the end of the day, if you don't take responsibility for your actions, nor take the right type of steps to try and be better for the sake of not only yourself, but the others that are around you that you might be affecting, but you realize they're not, then at the end of the day, you're your own worst enemy on the road to destruction, the point of no return.
Yep. Yeah, that's it.
All right. If there's nothing else that anybody would like to add, then I am going to throw to a brief commercial break. And then we'll come back with some more conversation. Here is what is coming up next month on Renegades Reviews. So there you have it. That is everything that is coming up on Back to School Month for Renegades Reviews. Lots of good content coming up. All right, going to try and switch gears a little bit here. No, we're not going full gear, but we are going to discuss some AEW conversation. After all, we are on the eve of the biggest wrestling show in professional wrestling history.
Damn
right,
it!
Noah?
Yeah, wait, what'd you say? I'm sorry. I was just finishing up my church stuff. That's all done. You were saying something about oh, yeah, that's right. What? Well, oh, wow, it's actually midnight here on the East Coast, which means we're literally 12 hours away from the biggest event in wrestling history. Damn it! But I digress. Go ahead.
If nothing else, nobody can say that Noah is not passionate about what is this crazy sport that we talk about, Noah?
Oh yeah, professional wrestling. Damn it!
I think you.
God, I love him.
As a man with the name of a marquee, can we save Noah's voice the rest of the day? Can we?
Yeah, I was about to say.
I was just gonna say, you know what? I don't know if the multiverse of media would be as successful as it is today without this man right here as a key component of it. For real.
Nah, y'all nice.
Between his commentary, his simple takes, and us putting his dignity up for auction a few times a year, this multiverse would not have achieved the status that it has without Noah. I'm just saying.
Amen. Amen to that. FTW too. He helped out a big time.
So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and say right now, I saw this posted in a Facebook group. So take it for what it's worth. I'm not treating any of this as law. I'm not treating any of this as gospel. This is rumor. But we can't always talk about facts on these shows. Sometimes we need to talk a little bit about rumor because it generates some good conversation.
Yeah.
So the source for this is a group called Alex's World on Facebook. His source is SC Scoops. And the report says that AEW talent are reportedly unhappy with TK and his plans for the upcoming AEW All-In pay-per-view at Wembley Stadium. One wrestler noted that a lot of people are upset about Wembley. People are scared that we aren't going to live up to this moment. If this is accurate, AEW talents have a valid reason to be upset with Tony Khan. I totally get plans falling through due to losing Bryan Danielson, Pac, and Jamie Hayter. That can't be helped. But there's no excuse for waiting this late to announce a full card for All In. It should have been confirmed by the first week of August. I think Tony underestimated how big this event would be when he booked it, and now it's become something much bigger than he could have imagined. Nevertheless, both fans and wrestlers need to know what is happening in advance, especially since we have 2 pay-per-views to watch this time. Edit, let me be clear. This does not mean that I think All In is a catastrophic failure. Far from it. The card still looks promising. But how Tony Khan handles this criticism from talent will determine if he's truly capable of running a primetime wrestling show. Yes, James.
All right. Look. Anybody that's going to criticize Tony for this need to shut the F up because you have no idea what the hell you're talking about, especially if you've never ran a wrestling promotion a day in your life. Number one. Number two, the idea that there is one right way to handle a card of this magnitude when there is a lot of other factors in play is also complete hogwash. Let's just break down the facts when Tony has done and announced like matches long term weeks before in advance. You remember back in Kenny Omega ended up replacing John Moxley and Kenny Omega at All Out that year?
Yes.
Yeah, I do. You remember an entire pandemic?
Yeah.
You remember how many times that Tony has had to reroute plans after he promoted the match happening?
Yes.
I mean, is it late? Yes. But look at everything that happened. We could have potentially lost one of the big marquee matches with Cash Wheeler and Dax Harwood. If this was any other arena show, I don't think Tony Khan would have waited as long as he did. Genuinely, I don't think he would have. I don't think he would have waited that long. But the issue at play is this isn't a normal show. This isn't every day that you get to sell out Wembley freaking arena and outdo freaking Live Aid and SummerSlam '88. Okay, this isn't something that happens overnight, right? This is a bigger thing than AEW has done 4 years in. What happens if Tony Khan promotes, like everybody says, and he promotes 8 weeks in advance, which is what the ideal thing that everybody is saying that they were going to do, right? What happens if somebody gets injured, somebody gets ill, somebody gets COVID, right? They have to reroute plans. Realistically, say he announced Bryan Danielson and CM Punk, which was originally the plan for the Real World's Championship as opposed to Punk and Joe. He cannot afford to false advertise even if it's out of his control. He can't. He had to make sure everybody that could be there would be there. At least in an advertising sense. This isn't a normal show, folks. There is no other way, especially when you are as inexperienced as Tony Khan is, to handle it the way he handled it. There isn't. Lord knows we give Tony Khan a lot of shit. Myself included have given him an entire heaping of shit for how he handled Brawl Out. The man is deserving of criticism, but this is not it. This ain't it, Chief. I'm sorry. No way. There is no way, especially with his level of experience, with how young the company is, that he could have afforded to do anything than what he did. Period. I ain't his counselor or anything, or his law and order guy, but shit. I think there's a lot more things you could criticize Tony for than this shit.
And that's fair. I think the main concern though is just the whole living up to the hype as far as this show. I don't see any reason why they couldn't have started really making a heavy build, like the post said, the beginning of August. Like we waited for too long for matches to really get announced. And as a result, we now have All Out, which is a week away, that only has 3 matches announced.
I think 4 now. There was another one. There were
Whatever.
2 more that were announced. Yeah.
Circumstantial. Doesn't matter really. Potato. Tony Khan likes putting a 14-match card together. There's 4 for next week. So that means that in the course of a week, not counting All In, he has 4 shows, if we count all in, the pay-per-view, Dynamite, Rampage, Collision, to add another 8 matches for next week.
I'll say 6.
Next week is going to suffer because this show waited so long to have a full card announced. And this isn't the first time he's done it. Both Forbidden Doors suffered from the same fate. To where we even last year did our own fantasy booking for Forbidden Door because we felt like Forbidden Door was looking like shit. Because it was so last minute pushed. Before I go to Mikey, who had his hand up, I do want to bring Datilla into the stream.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey.
Good to see you, Datilla. How are
Good to
you?
see you guys too. Sorry I'm late. I was just trying to edit a video.
No worries. Gotta do the content creator thing. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Mikey, you had your hand up patiently while James was talking. Go ahead.
You can plan and plan and plan till you're blue in the face. You're lucky if it goes right. Gotta keep planning. We Dory Lou and I do this each week. We plan on stories. It doesn't happen. Things happen at the last minute. You know, we could have a show ready to go, then literally, and this has happened in the multiverse, literally either 20 minutes before, 20 minutes in, or 20 minutes before we go off the air, something happens. So if he's playing the safe card, I can understand that. But you also got to look at the size of the show. This is a huge show. This is essentially the WrestleMania of AEW, perhaps. That's my opinion. I don't. If that's what you want to call it, that's fine.
Let's just call it what they've been calling it. It's the biggest show in wrestling history.
Damn it.
Despite what the people in the chat room keep putting, and I've seen this comment pop up like 7 times in the last 3 days. Yes, Matthew. 81,000 tickets distributed, but only 77,000 paid for. Yes, it's still really the biggest. Live Aid had 72,000 people in the same fucking arena. This is bigger than Live Aid, which is arguably the biggest concert ever.
It's bigger than SummerSlam 92, which numbers were also flooded. So, it's the biggest show in the UK ever to take place. So
I'm more curious what's going to happen after the show. Is there going to be some kind of news where something happens? You never know. You just you can't plan perfectly.
No, see, that's the thing.
Yeah. Go ahead, JJ. I'm done.
No, you're okay. I stepped on you, and I know I tried to get on you guys for that too. I need to myself, but you were also getting choppy, so I wasn't sure where you were stopping.
I'm sorry.
Again, we've got Backlash, All Out next week. You know, you've only got 1 week now to figure out what's going to be the fallout of this show. That's bad planning on Tony's fault. There should have at least been an extra week in between. Instead of doing All Out the same weekend as Payback, it should have been the following weekend. When Victory Road, I think it is on Friday, they could have done All Out that Sunday.
Yep.
And put at least a week in between so that they could have 2 weeks of TV to build up to another show. That's bad planning on TK's part.
But that's also, then he would have had to cancel one of the shows.
Why?
Realistically, he can't do that. He already said as much. It was
Why would he have to cancel if they just scheduled it on a different day?
So he already contractually had to do Staples Center on the day he had it planned, and he had that planned about a year in advance, maybe like 10 months before. So he already had the contract with the arena. So that was already done and dusted. He couldn't change that.
When is he going to Staples Center?
What's Staples Center?
Not
What?
Staples Center. Did I say Staples Center? I'm
Yes.
sorry. United Center.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm tired. United Center. He already had the plan with them. As far as the Wembley Arena, point blank, they told him, "You want to do this show? The only day we have is this."
Right.
That was it. This week was it, or it was not happening. So it really would have came down to either he had to cancel All Out or he had to cancel All In. Now, you can make the argument that maybe he should have just canceled All Out.
Yeah.
But then again, there's that contractual obligation. There's no way that was going to happen without it going south. So he couldn't really afford that.
My hand is up.
Go ahead,
so
Jeff.
This is it.
So, two things. First, to James's point, your point about booking where he booked goes back to JJ's point we made, whatever that was, a couple shows ago, Jay, about, oversaturating one market and totally ignoring the other 45,000 markets in the country.
Dang.
Or whatever it is. Yeah, gross exaggeration of a number, but I don't have this shit in front of me. You did not need to book Chicago again. Flat out, and I to your point, to your credit too, James, it's already booked. It's in now. You can't break the honor. You can't break the agreement. You can't break a contract. Contracts are contracts. Oh, but by the way, since I'm doing it right now, let me just say for the record, we did remind everybody about stepping on people's toes. Us big guys, and I'm talking about myself, JJ, James, we tend to take a breath or pause when we're having a long dissertation. That is not the signal for the rest of the room to talk over them. Let them finish the breath and continue on with their story. And especially me not being on screen right now, it's going to be a mucker for the rest of the show. I am talking, I promise, and I will let everybody know when I'm done making the point. That way there's no talking over, because that has been a major thing across this show in particular, but a lot of our panel shows. Anyway, and I know I get long-winded. Lord knows I've heard that from the top row over the years. But there are valid points that need to be made that aren't necessarily made right away. So with I'll remember what the original point was in a second here. Because I got long-winded again. I lost my train of thought because I was trying to correct the room.
You were mentioning about booking the same venues,
Yeah.
the same area, and whatnot.
Yeah, it's that is the catch-22 that Tony keeps putting himself in. Of he knows what works, so just keep booking the same shit. It's like, well, that's great, Tony, but now you've got a situation where I think he's got 2 matches announced for All Out. It's going to turn into a WrestleMania Backlash scenario. 3, sorry, no. It's going to turn into a WrestleMania Backlash thing where you're just going to run back to revenge matches. It's like, why do we need to do that so close then? Why not, book it out later? And, again, contracts need to be honored. But, I think that's just the short-sightedness of everything. And I say that, Tony, for lack of a better term, put the faith in the brand name with Wembley. We've talked about it. Everybody's talked about it. Even the high and mighty, podcasts of the world have talked about it. They sold damn near all these 80,000 tickets on the letters AEW. Not the champion, not the matches. The letters AEW sold this show almost completely out. You don't need to run a show the week after. And if this was even a freaking thought in his brain, he shouldn't have been, trying to book out anything else at this point. That should have been the focus. If they were going to tout this show as it's been touted, that should have been the focus. Vince, people will shit on Vince. Vince goes to WrestleMania and books backwards. If Tony wants to be like Vince McMahon, Tony wants to be a successful promoter, do that. You've got these plans. Don't book anything the week after you're thinking about putting this show in there. Number one. Also, James absolutely right as far as the arenas. The United Center, I believe, is still the home of the Bulls. Preseason basketball starts way soon. I don't think the Blackhawks play there anymore. If I'm wrong there, somebody who's a Chicago sports fan, please let me know. But if they are playing there, we know when preseason hockey starts, don't we, Top Row? So we know that's a thing. So trying to rearrange, especially in September, when preseason basketball is on the horizon. And yes, we all can agree, even as non-true blue sports fans, preseason sports is not as important as regular season sports because they don't mean anything. But if you're a sports heavy person, you know that preseason gives you an indicator of what is to come, especially in football. So they want to get a look at what they're going to see and, make adjustments before that opening puck drop, opening pitch, opening tip-off, whatever. So that is the unfortunate nature of wrestling, is that, they don't get the priority bookings from these arenas. The arenas book on the teams that, for lack of a better term, pay the rent. In our case, and I'll say Staples Center, even though it's not Staples Center anymore, because goddamn it isn't Staples Center. The Kings, the Lakers, the Clippers for now, until they finally get the fuck out of my building. The Sparks, all those teams get the priority over WWE, concerts, etc. That's why it was such a big thing in whatever year that was. Forgive me for the lack of remembering the actual year, when the Denver Nuggets made the playoffs somehow that one year. Granted, I know they did well this year. I'm not shitting on Denver, but and because they had playoff basketball, they told Vince to kick rocks, and that's why WWE moved Raw to LA that week, because the home game wasn't here that week; it was in Denver. WWE, AEW wrestling still is the sideshow circus. They don't care enough about us wrestling folk compared to the real legitimate sports franchises that have no controversy ever whatsoever, and concerts, which also have no controversy whatsoever. So that's the thing. That's what ultimately comes down to, is the lack of respect. Even now, the wrestling is still shown, which just sucks.
Yeah.
And yes, I made my point. Thank you. Sorry.
I was going to say, before someone else speaks, let's go ahead and welcome to the stream No DQ's Mr. Reliable, Walter Cruz.
Hey, Walter.
Hello, Walter.
Hey guys, how's everybody?
Good.
Worn the hell out.
Oh yeah.
For being
See my shirt, it says permanently tired.
That's a cool shirt.
Permanently tired.
Walter,
I need that shirt.
I'm always in a state of tired. I need that. That's the reason why
Walter, you are a wrestling fan this week and a parent, so you and I we get it. Yeah. Fucked up week, and we're parents on top of it. Can we just go memes already, please?
Right.
Before I throw to whoever wants to speak on this next, I'd like to address Marshall in the chat real quick. While I may be the host moderator of the show, you being able to join the stream at some point is something you have to work out with Jeff. He is the one who is in charge of the multiverse. He is the executive producer, if you will. And he kind of checks out and has a vet process for anybody that joins us here on Open Mic Night or across the multiverse of media.
Yes.
So not tonight, Marshall, but if you get in touch with Jeff, communicate with him over the week, next week possibly.
Well, he has communicated with me, but as I told him privately, since apparently it was forgotten or lost in the ether of conversations, which happens, Marshall, submit me call it a minute, maybe two, just showing how you do on screen, verbalizing and presenting your point of topic A or whatever, and we'll go from there, brother. Okay? Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Always love support. Much gratitude for that too. Thank you.
So who else would like to address this topic? Nobody?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Dory.
All right. Although we all know I don't get to watch much AEW. I don't get to watch much wrestling, period. I follow it as much as I can in my various news and social media outlets. So to try to keep up a little bit with what's going on. But the thing with, well, tonight, Mikey and I were at Heroes and Legends. And at some point, I pulled up the card to find out who was wrestling a particular match. They don't think they were even on the card, or it was like a last minute change. As we said, things happen.
Mm-hmm.
You would think he's got at least some idea, though, of who is going to be there, what the stories are going to be behind those. When he booked this, had some kind of an idea of who he wanted to be in this show.
Yeah.
And back on, rebooking Chicago, at some point it's going to get stale.
I feel like it already has. That's the point that I made on the air a couple weeks ago is, great. Tony Khan sold 80,000 whatever seats for Wembley. It's a market he's never been to.
Right.
He can't sell out Chicago. He's there 15 times a year.
Exactly. It's got, then if it's not already stale, it's getting stale. It's one of the things I do enjoy about Raw and SmackDown is they're constantly on the move, which kind of sucks for their families, but they're not always in the same city week after week or the rest of the big wrestling events, WrestleMania, SummerSlam. They are all moving around, so just not one area is being oversaturated. And that's it.
I agree. And I think that's one of the things Tony needs to look at the most is, for the most part, and I know that they've kind of expanded lately, and they have started doing house shows within the past year, but they don't run near as many as WWE does either. Dynamite and Rampage are usually filmed on the same day. Collision is usually live. Today, obviously, it wasn't because everybody had to be in the UK already. Yep. But you figure if you fly out whatever talent is going to be on Collision and you fly out whatever talent's going to be on Dynamite and Rampage and you don't book the same talent on both shows, or all three shows technically, but both fly-ins, you've got a pretty broad spectrum of people that are going to be performing, and you constantly tour like WWE does, and they don't have to be away as long as WWE does, because you can catch a Tuesday night flight, fly in for Wednesday, catch a flight after the show Wednesday, go back home. You're gone maybe 48 hours tops. Whereas WWE's on the road 5 days a week and they maybe get 48 hours at home.
Right. My last thought on that is, he's, as you said, he's still young, so he's still learning. There is always a learning curve, but he's got lots of people, especially Vince, that he can look at and say, how has he done this? What can I learn from him? And then just see if he can step it up a notch.
Agreed. Noah, you have been one of the biggest AEW supporters. Do you feel that Tony has handled All In the best that he could? Or do you feel like he definitely stutter-stepped a little bit here and could have booked this show a lot better than it has been? And let's not even get into the fact that every champion is booked in some capacity on this show, except for Chris Statlander.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. No, it's your. I'm just agreeing with JJ.
Making sure per just point. Oh yeah, there's definitely star stats, even with the injuries. I mean, we talked about the TBS championship earlier. It's one of those things, though, where again, taking on a outing like this for a first time in such a young history, you probably don't necessarily know your full approach, but at least you got a good idea of some of the main storylines. Case in point, the Women's Championship, which again, I still think would have been Saraya versus Jamie Hayter if she didn't get injured. And I feel like MJF and Adam Cole was probably always the end game in some capacity. Now, Brian Dale's a whole different story. But again, when it comes to pay-per-views, very rarely does Tony Khan not miss when it comes to the quality of the show and what follows afterwards to a degree. But this is a first-time capacity where he has two pay-per-views back-to-back. And I'm very curious to see how he handles that outing. As far as going to other markets, definitely agree. I mean, Chicago right now, it is overkill. And why nothing truly sells out, because I'm always going to call it that. There's a reason why areas are always top-topping that WWE events. AEW still is the youngest player in the game, trying to reach a global scale. And even they struggle here on the Western front. But like I said, we're always constantly overexposed to wrestling and sports entertainment. And it basically, at this point, we take it for granted. Why this nation has been starving for this type of content. There's definitely other ways this could have been booked, but as far as what he has created, I'm pretty much looking forward to all the matches in some capacity, and very many of them are polarizing and what results could be, what shocks could happen, and also what they could lead to. It's one of those things, though, where, again, you don't try and book something 24 hours prior, but then again, for his honor, that was a phenomenal pay-per-view top to bottom. James, you and I called that. So let's just go ahead and see what happens. As far as trying to judge morale from what's reported there, shut the fuck up unless you're backstage actually there, hearing it from the person themselves versus what you're writing, what we're supposed to believe.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Yes. Well, okay.
Whoa. Shit.
We got a $25 super chat from Emmanuel.
Oh,
well, hello, Emmanuel.
Says, in my opinion, AEW fans need to stop trying to get Edge as AEW star or this person. The roster is so big. Have faith in it. Or you basically saying no one in the damn roster can make an impact or hold the attention of anyone.
Yeah. If you know what, if I can actually jump on this, I think that is a good point, and I think it goes back to JJ's original point of they need to expand their markets. Staying in the same place over and over again, every pay-per-view is not the way to go. You want to do your special events, that's fine. Like, you want MGM Grand to be the home for Double or Nothing or T-Mobile Arena, whichever you decide to go with, fine. That's cool. Whatever. How many times do you have to do Chicago? I swear they go like at least 20 times a year. You need to spread yourselves out. Seriously, like the UK, if they do a tour after this or they go back multiple times, no. This should be a one and done type thing.
I agree.
You know what I mean? Like, you need to make things more concrete, and like 1 to 3 times a year you visit places, maximum, like maximum 3. You need to start branching out to different markets, and it's not like Tony couldn't do it. You know, he proved that he could. Now he actually needs to follow through with it, and I feel like he's just not doing so.
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest issue, I think, with that. I think the idea, and again, I think the second part of the problem is the roster is so bloated they don't need somebody like Edge.
Right.
Yeah.
They
exactly.
really don't. So I agree with Emmanuel's point on that as well, but I think it goes back to an even bigger problem which JJ has brought up over many shows now.
Yeah.
Yep.
So thank you, Emmanuel. As a result of your $25 super chat, Jeff will be singing Desperado by the Eagles, not this moment, but at some point over the course of the evening. If we get that other $25, Noah will have to sing Live in Fear, Bray Wyatt's theme. I'm going to give it over to you, Walter, because it was going to go to you. I just want to touch really quickly on something James said about Wembley being a one and done. I don't think it should be a one and done, but it definitely needs to not be a yearly or twice a year thing. It
Yep.
should be an every 3 to 5 years thing at most.
Yeah.
And I feel like with Wembley being a success, and we'll know more come the end of tomorrow, but if tomorrow goes as good as everything seems on the surface like it will, the next step needs to be All Out 2 at the Tokyo Dome. Go ahead, Walter.
All right. In terms of booking earlier, I do think Tony should have booked a little earlier and got it. In the wrestling business, as a fans, we understand life happens, and there's 4 magical words that can save you if you booked and injuries happen. It's called card subject to change. We know it. So you could have booked whatever you wanted, and we would have understood. We would have been a little bit disappointed that certain matches didn't happen due to injury or sickness, but at the same time, we do understand things happen. In terms of oversaturating, 3 years ago, we went through pandemic. We went through the short 5 words, 4 words, whatever. I'm tired.
No, it's 4 cards.
It is
No,
4.
yeah.
It's 4.
I was
It's
trying to whisper it's 5 syllables because I think that's where Dattilo was confused. Continue.
To the joke I've been making lately with Noah, when I heard him say 4 words, I thought he was going to say everybody loves the Acclaimed. But go ahead, Walter.
So 3 years ago, we went through this pandemic that the world basically shut down. We are so desperate for entertainment. We are so desperate to see things. Now is the time, as a smart businessman, to go and tap into every market you can tap into now. Don't over flood one market. Go to every single part that you can. I understand he's not as global as WWE right now, but you might want to try the areas that WWE isn't trying to get ahead of it. Go to Mexico, do the Asia, do the different things. Go to Africa, go places that other people aren't flooding. And so many people are desperate for entertainment to get out of the house. I know it's been 3 years, but there's some people, and I feel like that's part of what sold Wembley Stadium out before any cards were. It's just that they were desperate that nobody goes over there like that. So they were like, I don't care if it was FCW, WWE, AEW, I was going to say Impact, but I don't want to give them that much credit. Whoever goes would have sold a lot of tickets. Sorry, Noah.
Hey, you
Sorry,
take that
Noah.
back.
I agree.
That's it. There's a fella. We're getting you.
Take that back.
But a lot
I
of
agree.
companies would have sold over there because they're just so desperate for entertainment right now. And who knows what the hell can happen in the life we just lost, Bray Wyatt. Things happen. Pandemic came out of nowhere. Who expected that in their lifetime for a world to get shut down? So tap into every market you can while you can. You don't need to go to Chicago 40 times. I understand CM Punk is a big star. He's from there. But you don't need to go there so much. Make them miss you a little bit. And then when you go back there, then you'll sell it out. Make each market miss you. Go to different places and you'll catch us when you catch us.
I know we
That's
miss him
about
over
it
here.
Exactly. LA is desperate for them to go over there, and they just what did they go once?
It's rumored that Fulger is going to be here, so twice, yes, 3 total.
Wait, what?
Twice in a year.
Yeah,
they came twice in a year. Like, and the West Coast is
like
such a big market.
We had Dynamite in the beginning of the year.
Right. Yep. Okay.
Because you and Noah called the action while me and Jeff were at that show. And
that's the
Dattilo
show
was
where
there.
I met you guys. I met you guys at that show.
And then the rumor is Full Gear is going to be here. So that's 2 shows in 12 months. Chicago has had how many shows this year already?
Yeah, more than 10. It's got to be up in the double digits.
Not to mention they're going back to Chicago Thanksgiving week.
Yeah.
Because they do the Wintrust Arena. I mean, they have those customary traditions like you alluded to, JJ, but also like you said, Walter, they do need to expand markets, but also we're talking about previously on Mike Nights. Remember when we talked about Backlash, the potential of being over there? Let's keep this in mind, guys. How far in advance do you negotiate contracts to showcase your entertainment at that venue before it's filled up? Or for that day, particularly you might be looking for.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Anaheim Ducks suck with the comment of the night so far. The reason Jeff isn't on video is because he's in London right now, kayfabing us. He's going to do a run-in during MJF and Cole. Now, if Jeff was going to do a run-in, he would do a run-in during the Young Bucks and FTR, and he would freaking throw his leg out trying to super kick the Bucks into oblivion.
I would tear the shit out of my groin throwing that super kick. Worth it. Worth it.
You're gonna see Jeff on the stretcher, on the gurney.
Seriously, pull a Vince, fucking throw a middle finger up at those young fucks on the way up the ramp. I don't give a shit. Oh my god, no, seriously. If cloning was a thing, I'd be there, 100%. But I'm going back to Disney tomorrow. I'm loving life, man.
Go ahead, Datella.
Okay, well, I don't know if anybody realized this. I actually Googled the card. It's All In. The first All In from 2018 had 11 matches and two pre-show matches and 9 main card matches for a total of 11. And so it was this year. So I guess Tony Khan wanted to pay homage to the first All In by having the same amount of matches. Because I feel like that's the only reason why we got one women's match, because the first All In only had one women's match as well. And it was a four-corner survival match.
Counterpoint.
Which that's cool. I'm not mad that they didn't book the TBS title, but they didn't even book the TBS champion.
Yeah.
Even for the matches where belts aren't on the line, like Samoa Joe's belt isn't on the line, but he's challenging Punk. Claudio's belt isn't on the line for the ROH title, but he's in Stadium Stampede. Every champion under Tony Khan's umbrella of Reign of Honor and AEW is going to be on this show in some capacity, except for Chris Statlander.
No, I agree.
And they've been doing a women's tag feud go check out our call, folks. As me and JJ called the action tonight, this is developing tag feud that's been going on lately with Diamante, Mercedes Martinez versus Chris Statlander with a Nightingale. They literally could have ran that back.
Yeah, you could have had that on the pre-show.
Yeah.
Or 0 hour.
That's 0 hour. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and move Hook and Jack Perry to the main card because that thing is actually personal.
Yeah.
It's personal to be on the pre-show.
Yeah.
But, Jay, like I pointed out during Collision, they can have a match for a title that's unsanctioned, that was established by an overgrown Oompa Loompa, but they can't put the women's secondary champion on the card at all. Okay, that makes sense.
Jeff, are you and I trying to start a rant here tonight?
I'm not, dude. I'm trying to get my ass to bed. I ain't trying to start a damn thing. I gotta get up at 4:00 in the morning. I ain't got started.
Yeah, I have a long day ahead of me tomorrow too. I gotta record a video.
Well, okay, we all do, to be fair, but I gotta be on property, on stage, in costume at 9:15 in the morning, and I gotta get out the door at 5 to do that. So no, I ain't trying to start no shit tonight.
Okay, who are you dressing up as? Who are you dressing up as?
I ranted enough during the freaking simply predicting all out about women's wrestling in this industry. That might be a few topics for my night. But
to answer Datilla's question, he's going to be dressed as Jeff the Meacham.
Yes, Jeff the Meacham
just like Mickey the Mouse.
Stewart best.
No, he'll be like the opposite of himself. He'll be Meech Jeffem.
That's a good one.
As tired as I am, that's probably accurate.
Rift Aronson. Meech Jefferson.
Speak of Rift Aronson. No.
Meech Jefferson.
Reach the other side.
Heem's the Jaybird.
Get the hook.
But as far as them revisiting the same markets, I think we had this conversation last time. They need to visit new markets, seriously.
Yep.
And I think them selling out Wembley Stadium had more to do with the fact that the UK just hadn't had a show, and it's the first wrestling show in the UK since when? Like
last year, Clash of the Castle.
Yeah, since last year, Clash of the Castle. So it's like the UK people are starving for content. So,
and we take it for granted because we're so content with the worlds of entertainment because we got absolutely everything. Some say we don't have enough. I say we got too much.
Well,
that's fair.
This is going to be a point that JJ made had a certain former EVP of talent relations and on-screen general manager not pushed out, not gone to the show last night. Ace is a big reason why WWE has not gone over there for major pay-per-views or even the B shows since the end of like the Attitude Ruthless Aggression era, like, they had the Rebellion shows, the One Night Only shows. They haven't done that since he's been a major high-level executive at WWE, because he didn't believe the market was there and got in the old man's ear. So again, another glorious contribution from John Laurinaitis. He freaking, made the market so hungry for people over there. That is a big reason why only the letters AEW sold 75,000 tickets, not any one match or one title.
Right.
Because Johnny Ace could help be an ace-hole about it. And, screw the WWE, because when they finally did go back and start doing shows in the regular, look how flat that Clash at the Castle ended last year because of that finish and that bogus, karaoke thing at the end. That fell so flat. The show was great. I enjoy watching it. I enjoy watching it when it's called back. You guys calling it back when I watch it every so often. But that finish was so flat. The UK market's going, please, Tony, give us something else to go off of. That's why. That's why this show is damn near sold out tomorrow. That's why expectations are so high, because WWE has been out of that game for so long that, like, the only thing impeding Tony Khan and his company and his stars from being a success tomorrow morning, or where they are tomorrow afternoon, is his own damn short-sightedness. That's what it comes down to tomorrow, folks.
Yeah, and I do agree with JJ. If All In is successful, I could definitely see them attempting to do the Tokyo Dome.
Yeah, I was originally thinking of Forbidden Door, but with the scope of this show and the international volumes, I think that's more fitting.
Yeah, see, I think the next Forbidden Door should be in Mexico and try to do it at the AAA Arena.
Well,
and then have the next All Out be the Tokyo Dome.
Yeah, it's very much and again, this is going to sound like I'm being, cynical or whatever, but it's easy to say that sitting here and now amongst the eight of us.
Of course.
So I really, and again, it's going to drive me crazy that I can't be a part of it on screen, but I am going to do my best to have the green room set up so I can have the show playing in the kitchen tomorrow, because we're allowed to have music playing. We just can't pick our own music. But I'm gonna ask management for help, because damn, it's my first day back, but I want to watch my team do their awesome thing. I just want so bad for what is booked to come off well and not have, again, for lack of a much nicer term, have another fart in church moment like we had with the exploding ring match at the beginning of last year.
Yeah.
That was so hyped. It was such a big thing, and it became a much bigger thing for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
This card cannot do that. This card cannot do that.
No.
If they fall flat, even if it's just the end, people remember the end the most.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's
They
what
have to deliver from opening bell of 0 hour to the end of the night, period. They have to.
Yeah.
I agree.
Point overturned.
Yeah.
Go ahead, James, and then we'll go ahead and wrap this topic up.
I think from just judging by how they do it, knock on wood, sometimes some of the most weekly build cards that TK has built, and those have been the best shows all year. I mean, you look back at Revolution 2023 this year, great show. Double or Nothing, really good show. Death Before Dishonor was egregiously underbooked, and that was a phenomenal show, top to bottom. I think this booking is gonna go fine. Keep in mind, I have a lightning in a bottle deal with Adam Cole and MJF as well, and I think that's going to carry them. I don't think they're going to have the same issue, because I think a lot of people are worried about the ending. I think the thing that I mentioned on Simply Predicting on Noah's show is any ending they go with, whether MJF turns on Cole, Cole turns on MJF, or they just have a kick-ass match, and they're still friends by the end of it, and MJF actually keeps his promise. They booked themselves so well in that main event that either way they book that, I'm okay with any one of those options. I really am. I can't imagine how they could possibly screw up something that is such a winning formula. Like, they literally bookended all possibilities and everybody's okay with all of them. Whereas with Clash at the Castle, it was either Roman had to win and they had to have like a standing ovation for Drew, which they didn't do for some reason, or they had to have Drew win and then like a big celebration, yay, but then you don't get the 1,000-day reign. So there was a lot of things, and they tried to appease the crowd in the weirdest way possible by having a sing-along house show style. Yeah. No. So I don't think you don't even have nearly the same problem that you did back in Clash at the Castle. You don't. Because this main event actually has all possibilities are good. Like, whereas the other one didn't necessarily. I don't know how they could screw that up. And the rest of the card is booked pretty solid to the point where even if some of the weaker matches look weak on paper, they're going to deliver because look at the amount of talent that's on all the card. You know what I mean? So,
James?
Yeah.
You're a fan of Family Feud, right? Most of us in the room are a fan of Family Feud, yeah?
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
How many times have we seen a family get upwards of 150 in the first part of Fast Money and then they eat shit? You can't possibly screw it up. Oh, yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can.
Well, it depends on it. Well, then that's absolutely going to be on Tony, though.
That's what I'm saying. This all hinges on Tony. Every bit of it.
Right, because...
What the heck is that?
There's a big beep.
Sorry, that's me. Sorry.
Going off outside.
That was you? Okay, because I heard that beep. It was just like, God
My
damn.
My window is open. That's why.
I heard somebody being horny, but Jesus Christ.
Damn it, James, you freaking idiot!
Sorry.
It wasn't my fat ass backing up. Trust me.
Go on.
One of the
I
night.
like
God.
that. This is open mic night after all. No, I agree with what you're saying, Jeff, but it's like, what could you do? Like, Russo book it is like the only way I could see it. Really, like, that's the only way. Really.
If you do a no finish, that's kind of screwing the pooch.
Oh, yeah.
If Russo had booked it, it would have been a Roddy Strong on a pole match.
Can we stop trying to put polls in matches, JJ? For the love of God, here's Vince Russo's book, My Life on a Pole. Can we please stop that shit?
We could.
Maybe,
Noah,
maybe his mom was a stripper and he's obsessed with poles.
Noah.
30 years and 100 pounds ago.
Noah.
Yes, JJ.
You're telling me you wouldn't want to see a Karen Jarrett on a pole match?
No.
Can we burn it?
See, look at him. He's all of a sudden he's trying to get even more brutal.
Okay.
He's okay with the pole match if it's Karen Jarrett.
Okay.
Let it be Aubrey Edwards, and all of a sudden he's like, Aubrey Edwards is a saint. How dare you?
Hey, you respect Aubrey Edwards. She beat that bitch for a reason. That bitch needs to be burned at the stake. Anyway, go ahead and move on.
Why though? Karen, listen, Karen is Karen, but it's okay. She doesn't need to be burned. It's okay. By the way,
we were doing so good on staying on pace, and then we brought up the Jarretts and Aubrey, and just
He did it. He started it.
I know.
Well, anyway, are we good?
Yes.
Did we dot our I's and cross our T's and put it on a poll, bro?
Stop it!
I just wanted to go back to the point I think it was one that Noah made. It's gone so 6 ways from sideways now. But I just wanted to go back to the point about TK, and I've totally lost my thought process. It got so clusterfucky. If I remember it on the next topic, because we're going to stay in AEW land for a minute, then I'll come back to it.
There we go.
But before we get to that, I am going to show everybody what they can expect on Tuesdays across Casa D18 Studios.
You ever wanted to come into a sports bar where the barkeeps know their game? Well, the Jeff Meacham Network, Multiverse of Media, has got a production just for you. Sit down and relax as the stat boy and his partner break down the statistics in all things sports. Whether it's football, basketball, motorsports, baseball, hockey, soccer, professional wrestling, mixed martial arts, boxing, and much, much more. All are welcome. Your barkeeps here keep you up to date and in the know of everything going on in sports, while also having a pleasant conversation about it all. Your host and owner of the bar, Stat Boy Mike. His partner in crime, Dory Lou. And a host of other guests coming in. The food's hot, the seats are warm, the drinks are ice cold, and the sports talk is plentiful. Casa D18 Studios presents Stat Boy Sports Bar. Take a bar stool and enjoy the show.
James, I think I have some new pictures for you.
Oh, I did see one of them. You sent them. You DM'd them me.
Yeah, I sent you one of them.
Yeah, I got that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah.
I have a few more. I'll get them to you sooner.
I actually produced this week's Stat Boy Sports Bar. I was the producer.
Yes,
man.
you did.
And
I
you did
caught
a great
part of it
job.
before I had to go do stuff, and yeah, you did a good job, James. Thank you again for stepping up and filling the seat that was left vacant by Jeff and I, as it was my birthday and I had other shenanigans to get into. I went and saw a movie that day for my birthday.
Oh, cool. What movie did you see?
I saw Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, I saw that the first day it came out. I took my kids. It was nice.
Yeah, it was pretty good, you know. Anyone who wants to know more about what I thought can check out the episode of Renegades Reviews that went live today, where I discussed it. But yeah, it was.
Okay,
I
gotta check out your reviews. I'm trying to visit everyone's channel.
I've been noticing that, and I appreciate that.
I just gotta say before we get into any topic here, I love how when Walter said it, like, I went to see the movie with the kids. It was nice. Like, he sounded so deadpan, dead inside. Like, I don't know if that was intentional, but
He's permanently tired, James.
He is permanently tired. That is fair, but damn, bro. So enthusiastic. I can feel it.
You did the right thing. You can trigger me.
And you weren't here earlier, Datilla, when I ran my brand new trailer. One of my new release films that I'm going to be covering for September is The Legend of the White Dragon.
I don't know if you heard, but that actually got pushed to next year.
Did it? Because everything I saw said it was coming out in September.
No, from what I heard at San Diego Comic-Con, I think they raised enough money to do some re-edits and stuff.
Oh.
So it's gonna get pushed, I think, to January of next year.
Oh wow.
Okay. I'll have to keep my eyes peeled. If that ends up not coming out, then I'll figure something else out for that week.
Yeah, it was supposed to come out on JDF's birthday, so.
Got it.
That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, but that's what I heard, that due to them getting more money, I think they did some type of fundraiser. They are able to do reshoots and not reshoots, but like more edits and make it how JDF would, want it, because that was his last project with Power.
Right.
Yeah. It was his last project. So.
Oh, miss him.
Yeah, there was a picture of him and Bray Wyatt together, which was just the weirdest thing to see. Like that.
JDF actually liked wrestling. He was always at Raw whenever they were in Houston. He took pictures with multiple wrestlers. I don't know if you guys seen it because it was like super limited edition. But you know how CM Punk had the Chicago Best in the World shirt? JDF releases a limited edition one too. Yeah. But
I know after Punk left WWE, when he was starting to dabble in UFC, JDF was trying to make a big push to fight Punk.
Yeah.
I would have loved that. I would have loved that.
CM Punk actually
Why am
talks
I in the
about
center
it?
of this madness?
Because you're Alice.
JDF would have whooped his ass though. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, he would have. Oh yeah, he would have.
CM Punk, there's a video on you. I don't know if it's still on YouTube, but there's a video from like years ago where CM Punk is talking about it. He gets asked a question and he talks about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if anything does change with Legend of the White Dragon, JJ, I definitely will let you know, and I would be more than happy to help you review it because I definitely would be watching that video too.
Oh, I'm sure you would. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to stick around in AEW land for a little bit, and I'm going to try to open this up for the beginning to people that weren't on Simply Predicting last night. Because we got in depth in this last night, probably for about a good 20 minutes, wouldn't you say, Noah?
Oh, absolutely. It was great conversation, and even I had to, basically try and be devil's advocate to the counterpoints. It was good stuff, so I'm just going to sit back and let people that weren't there or unaware of it be the opening argument. So, JJ, go right into it.
So we're going to be discussing the Cash Wheeler incident. About a week ago, he got arrested for, what was it, wielding a firearm, brandishing a firearm in public.
Yep.
And there was conversation about would he even be able to perform at All In. Thankfully, his visa, his passport wasn't taken away, so he's still able to fly. Based off of what James said last night on the air, and correct me if I'm wrong on this stuff, James, but he's paid his fine. His legal issues are more or less over. TK knew about it before the hammer really came crashing down on him.
Yes.
But at
He
the
knew
same
that this was a
time,
possibility, yeah.
but at the same time, do you allow somebody like that, even if he is one half of the top guys, one half of arguably the greatest tag team of our generation, do you allow him to walk out of Wembley Stadium still one half of the tag team champions? And if you do, and you're Tony Khan, how does that make you look? Because you've already got the real world champion, the guy that sit there at the All Out post media scrum blasting your company and your EVPs. You've still got your EVPs, the guys that went barging into that man's dressing room, starting what became known as Brawl Out, injuring Larry the dog to where he lost teeth. They came back in under 2 months, won the trios titles, and are still EVPs of your company. What does that say about you as an EVP if Cash Wheeler walks out still the champion? So do you punish him? And God, I hate saying this. I feel like I have to wash my mouth out with mouthwash every time I say put the straps on the Bucks, because can't stand those fucks.
Fuck the Bucks.
Like what?
Fuck the Bucks.
No, really, that's my normal mentality of the thing. I can't stand Nick and Matt Jackson.
I can't either.
But they're the only other team in this match. Like, I feel like it's a double-edged sword because either you put the straps on the EVPs that refuse to work with your top draw in the company, or you keep the belts on the guy who just got arrested and brought all this negative publicity towards your company on the eve of the biggest event in wrestling history. I'm going to go to Datilla first on this one.
Oh, before I start, I sent you the link from comicbook.com explaining the Switch, the release date of Legend of the White Dragon.
Okay.
To your Twitter.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. That as far as Cash Wheeler is concerned, I think you would be sending a negative message if you walks out as tag team champion, because that's basically saying you can commit a crime and I mean you could get arrested and there's no consequences, you know.
Usos.
So, huh? Oh yeah, well yeah, the Usos. That's a whole different conversation. I don't know. It's that match is definitely going to be interesting to see what happens. But I do think that if FTR is going to lose, then yeah, the Bucks are going to take the titles. As you said, this is the rubber match. If it wasn't for that little incident with Cash Wheeler, I honestly think that I could see FTR winning the rubber match. But because of that incident looming over FTR, I think maybe the Bucks are probably going to take this.
See, and I don't know, because while I would think that FTR would be the solid winners in the rubber match if it was me, the Bucks are EVPs. Why wouldn't they put themselves over?
It's a double-edged sword, like you said.
You know, I mean, they're in a high-profile match. All the elite is in high-profile matches.
Now,
so why wouldn't they put themselves over in the biggest show in wrestling history? Even without the Cash Wheeler thing looming,
yeah. I don't know much to say on the topic.
What's that?
Never mind. Go ahead. I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
But I see your point there, Datilla, was all I was going to say. Go ahead, Jeff.
I was going to say, I don't know much to say on the topic. I just feel bad that Noah got the same cold I did. He just coughed first. Are you okay, Brad? You need some cough medicine for that? Because I had the same thing on over here. I just couldn't get the mic unmuted.
No, I'm good.
Okay, just making sure. Double standards throughout the wrestling world.
Go ahead, Dory.
So I'm just reading up on it, and it was third-degree aggravated assault from a road rage incident.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so apparently he's over in England now, so the match is still scheduled to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But he's still got to go back to court when he comes back, and if he's convicted, he's going to jail for some time.
How much time does it say?
Actually, it doesn't get. It just simply says years behind bars if convicted to follow the law.
So third degree. If it's third degree in he was
third
charged.
Degree aggravated assault.
Yeah. The context of that being he showed his weapon, flashed his weapon,
Right.
and that is punishable up to 5 years in prison if convicted and a $5,000 fine. However, there's also a crime where it could be a first degree misdemeanor charge, or it'd be either up to 1 year in jail, and or a $2,500 fine. So that those are the two things that could happen there in that case. Depends on where they go with it.
I am so glad this isn't a political podcast.
You and me both, Jeff. I mean, I plead the
The
fifth.
degree to which he would be punished for this compared to some of the other crimes in this world, it's like only 5 years, really? Like, damn. But
Right?
anyway.
So they have to take a look at, if he's convicted, which possible punishment is going to be passed down to him, and how is that going to affect him going forward? Also, if what are they, FTR?
Yes,
Yeah,
FTR,
FTR, yeah.
Harwood is his partner.
Okay, so if they were to come out of England as champs, number one, I still think it looks like, I think it would look like a bad thing promoting him when he's got this heavy legal thing over his head. They come back, he goes to court, they decide to convict him. Granted, we know it doesn't happen that quickly. I'm still sitting jury duty. Haven't had to actually sit yet, but I'm still on call for jury duty. If in that time, they're still promoting him as a winner, and then it goes through the court and it goes through all the legal process, he ends up being convicted. Now what happens to the tag team?
Exactly.
So there's several things that TK has to be looking at in this aspect for this match. And I know how much JJ does not like the Young Bucks. If I remember right, Jeff's not on their bandwagon either. But is that actually the worst that could happen? The Young Bucks up for a while? They may not be fan favorites. I understand they may not be fan favorites. But
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I stepped on you, Dory.
That's all right. Is that the worst possible at this point?
The problem is that the Young Bucks aren't. They are in fact fan favorites. Like, they are so over with the fans, it's ridiculous. A lot of the fans that are AEW loyalists,
okay,
are Team Elite and anti-Team Punk. And at the end of the day, and we've discussed this numerous times, so I don't really want to get in the brawl out situation again. All parties involved were in the wrong.
Right.
But because they are EVPs, they got brought back a lot sooner to television. Yes, Punk was injured at the same time, but Tony Khan could have come on TV and made a statement saying that, in addition to the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega being allowed back on TV, their suspension listed. CM Punk's suspension has been lifted as well. Unfortunately, he won't be able to appear for a few more months because he's out with an injury. None of that was done. CM Punk was still left in limbo, didn't return till Collision debuted this year in Chicago.
Okay.
So it made it appear that CM Punk was being punished harder for what happened than the Elite, the people that are EVPs.
Gotcha.
Upon their return from being suspended, they went through a best of 7 series with Death Triangle and ended up winning the trios titles. So not only did they come back quicker, but they got gold quicker as well.
Okay, so they're not a fan favorite among this. How's that?
Yeah, I was going to say they're not heavy fan favorites in this room, but the loyalists there are big fans of them, and it's crazy to me to sit there and watch the response, because CM Punk just got on the microphone, and again, was he wrong? Yes. But he just spoke truth. At the end of the day, it was a member of the Elite that started everything by going into business for himself on the microphone.
Yep.
Okay.
Punk just decided to respond to it in an immature way.
Yep.
Got it.
Which is why I said everybody's wrong.
Yeah, and I said that too.
I think we all said that, and to the degree we're still saying the same thing.
I may still reside more in the Punk camp than the Elite camp, but everybody was wrong in this situation. And
Understand that.
Like we said, it's a double-edged sword here, because either you give the tag team titles to the EVPs who book themselves to win,
Right.
and they don't deserve to win, especially since next week is roughly 1 year to the day of the Brawlout incident.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the flip side of that is you let a guy that could be facing jail time keep the titles.
Yeah. So definitely a double-edged sword. So, I mean, still, we're looking at Tony Khan has to make a decision here based on the possible outcomes of this legal case now.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to look best for the company? And I think there's a skunk or somebody smoking outside near my window. What's going to be best in the face of the company? Do you have this legal case pending, knowing that this is what he's being charged with, and have him come out on top? Still, how does that look to everybody, though, if you do that?
Right.
It very much a double-edged sword.
Yes.
And thank you for the education on it.
No worries. Before I throw over to someone else, Emmanuel, I just noticed that it must have come through when there was a bunch of other comments going through and I didn't see it. Thank you for the $25 super chat. So we have hit the $50 mark now. We get both songs tribute tonight. Jeff doing Desperado. Noah will do Live in Fear. Greatly appreciate that there, Emmanuel.
Appreciate you always, Emmanuel. And for Bray, I'll make an exception about my attitude.
It didn't show up on the super chats, though. That's the thing.
No?
Weird.
No, it did not show up in the super chats under the starred comments. Usually when the super chat comes in, it's automatically started and shows up on the right panel, unless my technology's that messed up tonight, which could be a real thing.
Yeah, probably.
Well, no, I just highlighted it on the starred side. I didn't see it pop into the live side.
That's what I was
wondering. I still don't see it on the live side.
I don't either.
Oh,
I see the one he did earlier talking about the AEW fans need to stop trying to get edges in AEW because we talked about that one.
Yeah, it's YouTube.
But I do see it in the start side. But in any event, I see it now, Emmanuel. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Anyway, back to this. And
anyway, we got the money, so that's good.
got the money, got the opening argument from somebody down on City Predicting.
Yes. Well, Datilla talks about it too. So we've had both women speak on this so far. Walter, Jeff, or Statboy? Anything you would like to add on this? Go ahead, Walter. I see your hand up.
Yeah, you guys are right about the double-edged sword. However, I give him credit that he told Tony Khan this was coming.
Absolutely.
He said it was coming. Joker said it best. All it takes is one bad day. He was just having a bad day. Shit happens, and this is what happens. It's not punishing forever. I'm just shocked that it's not assault with a deadly weapon. If he flashed a gun, why is it just assault? So it kind of makes me think he might not be facing jail time. So no. I don't want to see. I'm a Young Buck hater too. I don't want to see them have the titles. I think you book it. You have the FTR, keep it. If something happens where he does get convicted, you don't get sentenced immediately. You have sometimes. You could do a quick title change on a Dynamite, on a Collision. You can do that. So I think you hold off. You don't rush to conclusions.
Yep.
And that's it. Like for me, like I don't think EVPs should have the power while they're active. You shouldn't be doing that because then you can hold people from ransom and then can book yourself. And I'm shocked that they didn't do that because we all know somebody else that ran TNA kept booking himself to win the title a bunch of times. So I'm just a component of if you're going to be active, you can't be an EVP. Tony Khan should have grouped balls and said, "You one or the other, pick one or the other."
I will say, Walter, because I know where Jidge is going to go, just to be quick about it, and now we're not standing on that for ages. You cannot be an active wrestler and an EVP Unless you are financially strapped for cash and you need to be the reliable guy as well as the EVP. That's the only exception to that rule. So
That doesn't apply to these. That doesn't apply to these people, James.
No.
Yeah, no.
Not at
No.
all.
Yeah.
Yeah. The one thing I was gonna say in Jarrett's defense there, because I always end up defending him when it comes to this, and I think even Noah, with his hatred of Jarrett, can co-sign with me on this. When you're the guy that's funding the company, you know you're going to be there every week.
Yep.
Yeah.
The early days of TNA, people didn't have long-term contracts. They were pretty much on weekly basis.
Yep.
So if you put the strap on somebody, you don't know for sure that they're going to be there the next week or if they're going to get scooped by WWE.
Yep.
But you know that you're going to be there. That's why Jarrett gave himself the belt so many times. And he did
no
put
other
a
option.
number of people over in the process. AJ Styles, Raven, etc.
Yep. Yeah.
So
Fair
that is where I defend Jeff Jarrett on that. Him having the belt in WCW, different story, but not his booking either.
Hey, Vince booked himself to win a Royal Rumble and the ECW title, so we
not
can't let
talking
him off the hook either.
Well, so JD and I talked about this when we did our dad's worst world champions in history episode. The WWF championship for him, it worked in the context of the Triple H storyline. And he vacated it right away. It led to the six-pack challenge. It was a okay thing. Same with the Rumble. It led to Rock Austin. It got us to Austin Vince in the cage. It worked. Him as ECW champion, if there was ever like a way I could lobotomize something out of my head,
exactly,
it would be that reign as ECW. Like, please just make that go away forever. Do rag Vince? No, that's bad Vince.
Yeah.
But in response to what we're talking about here, first of all, let me be crystal clear. I don't hate anybody involved in Brawl Out. I hate the fact that they were involved in Brawl Out and weren't properly wrist slapped for it. That's what bugs the shit out of me. The Bucks, I dislike on besides Brawl Out because they are active players on the field and they're still able to hold a coaching title. That's a problem. It's been a problem in wrestling forever. Right, Dusty? Right, Big Kev? Yeah. Right, Russo. Right, Vince. I mean, it's what it is. I dislike Punk besides Brawl Out because he comes off as a goddamn hypocrite when he talks about he was, away so long because he, got sick in one place and then came back to another. And then within a year, he was having the same bitch, the same gripe. It's like, dude, it's not the business that's making you sick. It's you that's making the business sick. He's a cancer on the business. They all are, honestly. But Punk is hypocritical about it. That's my main bitch with Phil Brooks, not whatever. This Cash thing is such a it was called double-edged sword a couple times as it went around the room here. It is very much it involves cash, but it's a catch-22. What do you do here? Do you put it on the Bucks and know that the hardcore fans, the people in this room, are going to be like, fuck? Or do you have the potential backlash of keeping it on cash and going, dude, the guy could be a convicted felon, depending on which charge they levy against him? It's such a shitty situation. It's not a double-edged sword; it's a double-barrel shotgun at this point. And it's a bad scenario. So I do agree with JJ, as much as it'll put a nasty taste in my mouth and JJ's mouth, at least until they get whatever legal things are going to be resolved. Dude, get the belts off of FTR. And I'm not saying that it would be necessarily mean that it would lead to, Dax being screwed and feeling he has to leave as a result. But it also shouldn't be a thing where where the entire company should suffer that. I messed that up. Whoops, I had the wrong person. My gosh, that's okay. I was trying to make that work. Anyway,
Yeah, right. Anyway, continue.
It very much is a double-edged sword, like or like I said, double-barrel shotgun, whatever you want to call it. So it's just not good. And I personally think that it should be a situation where whatever happens to him on a legal front, whether he faces jail time or a heavy fine from law enforcement and the judicial system, he should be on at least a temporary suspension from the company. It's like, dude, you can't be waving guns at people. Just, that's just basic human duh. So JJ has stepped away for a moment, so I'm going to did everybody get their say on this subject?
I think you pretty much covered the basis. I mean,
what about Stat Boy?
Yeah, I think
Mikey put his thumbs up saying he said what he wanted to say. So I just want to make sure everybody got.
I didn't say anything. I was going to respectfully not talk on this topic because honestly, I'm all legaled out.
That's fair. That's fair. That is a very fair. Yeah. It's just, and like I said earlier, man, the level of the crime versus level of the time in all aspects of the judicial system is just not happy.
What is justice? That's a harder question than what is sleep at this point. I pray to God the one thing they don't do in this situation, which seems to be the Tony Khan go-to plan, interim or tag team tournaments.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess I'll
go ahead, James.
On it. So, right. As
25 minutes last night, James. Just saying.
James, you okay?
Yeah. I'm gonna try to be brief with this. So I'll try as the understanding as well as to let JJ get back in time. I think the issue comes in is I don't think he should have had it at all, and if nothing else, if he gets away, from the looks of everything, it does look like he's not going to go to jail, and there's a couple of reasons why. Number one, Florida be Florida, and it's an open carry state, because of course it is.
True.
And number two, he does have a license to carry said gun.
No, you're right.
And as far as I'm aware, he only threatened that he could use it, but didn't actually use it and showed it, which is still bad. And he even admitted it as such. But yes, there's going to be multiple factors that go through that case to the point where he's not going to jail more than likely, at least from everything that I read, which is why I think the match is still going ahead. And again, it's one of those things where I think Walter kind of hit the nail on the head. He let TK know, he let him know immediately. They did everything that they could by the book. So at this point, I would wait it out and see what happens. I think the reality of the situation is this when it comes to comparing and contrasting the two situations, and I said this on Simply Predicting. If Tony Khan punished the appropriate people, we would not be having this discussion about cash at all right now.
That's fair.
We wouldn't be. And I don't agree with necessarily what he did, but the fact is we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Accurate.
And you consider the fact that out of all the situations that have happened, the only people, and I'm not even talking about just the brawl out stuff, I'm talking about all the backstage goddamn drama that has ever happened in that company. The only person to ever communicate with Tony Khan about anything of their BS was Cash Wheeler.
As far as we know, yes.
As far as we know. Everybody else, according to a lot of the people, especially the people that were on that backstage show, whatever the hell it was called, I already forget it now, never communicated properly.
All access.
All access.
Yeah, all access. Eddie Kingston didn't communicate when it came to the Sammy Guevara thing. Neither did Sammy Guevara. Andrade El Idolo did not communicate properly with Sammy Guevara. That's very clear as day, and that whole thing was bungled completely. Britt Baker and Thunder Rosa both self-admitted they didn't communicate properly.
Yeah.
Not only with each other, but with TK. CM Punk, the Elite, we know that. The only one that actually communicated properly about these issues that were impending were Cash.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, when you really break it down like that,
yeah,
he's still screwed up. But why should he be punished when he actually did the right thing in the context of after what happened? You know,
good responsibility.
Some kid on Twitter or X or whatever pointed that to me because I saw the when we were talking about the whole thing with the what I'm not going to use your name on the air because I refuse to give the name any more press. But when that women's wrestler spoke out against the company, and MGF went to her defense, and I said, here's the difference, this was that, it was pointed out to me, well, no, here's the difference, they were gaslighted, and she was just like, okay, here's the difference here, oh no, I even said, I've yet to hear in my time doing podcasting since Cash Wheeler has been a prominent name in wrestling as far as with the Revival and now with FTR, I have yet to hear a damn word spoken against that man from anybody, even the negative ninnies in the industry.
Yeah.
Whereas with her, I've worked in the same company as her, and it was just like the eye roll infinity. Yes, he did brandish a deadly weapon. Yes, he did make a mistake. Humans make mistakes. The difference between the mistake that Cash made and the continued reputation that the women's wrestler continues to perpetuate throughout her career.
Yep.
The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
Yep.
She's done the same shit in every company she's been in. Yep. At least, again, the companies I saw her in, same shit. If it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's generally a duck, and then they suck at hockey. So there is that.
That boy. To add to your point, Jeff, also, and I think I forgot to mention this point in my initial point, but I'll bring it up here since you were talking about humans make mistakes as well. Humans also have a lot different experiences and a lot better ways of handling certain things. With those different experiences, I feel like we should definitely bring up a couple factors as well as to why Cash Wheeler would have a firearm in the first place.
Oh, Lord.
Number one, his childhood was fucked up, which we mentioned on Simply Predicting. And Jeff, I'm sure you're aware of Cash. If you're not aware, Cash had a very abusive childhood as well, to the point where that's why I think he carries is because of that issue in case he ever has to defend himself again. And number two, and this is where the road rage incident I think may come into play a little bit here. Not that this excuses it, but I could see where Cass would have this in his mind. Think about what happened to Jay recently.
I understand that. I know.
So there's a lot more.
It's his right. It's his right to.
Right, yeah.
He lives in this state and he has a license. He's legally allowed. Does it excuse him for brandishing it in front of somebody? No. And we're not saying that it does.
But self-admitted, and he made the mistake and self-admitted that to TK, and he said that this was going to be a possible thing. Turned out it was. He turned himself in. He paid a fine immediately up front, paid his bail, having no contact with the person in question. He's going to court. He's going to get away from this. He's not going to go to jail. Can't imagine he would.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Especially considering he had a license anyway.
No, and you know, if you go by reputation and you go by what is out there for public consumption or whatever,
Yeah.
first offender.
Yeah, very much.
This goes back to that horrible chronic, you know, cough Noah and I both have. Usos ain't first-time offenders for what they've been pinged with, and they still were made the tag team champions right after the fact.
Yes, yeah.
It's a
And the biggest storyline ever.
And the biggest goddamn storyline in 30 years in wrestling. But again, different companies, different bookers. I understand that. But, you know, if we're going to here you go. We'll throw it back to the first topic. If we're going to let the greatest tag team in WWE history get away with the exact same thing that Tammy Sytch was accused of doing, yes, they haven't caused a felonious death as a result of their DUIs, but they're still DUIs.
Yep.
When does the double standard and the accusations not get universally accepted across the board? That's my issue with this shit going on. Cash is a first-time offender. He didn't legitimately hurt anybody except, you know, freaking, you know, get the guy who pissed him off all butthurt that he had a gun shown at him, which, you know, not exactly a nice thing to have to go through, I grant you. But, you know, I think that this goes back to something that really got the entire No DQ review chat wound up this week. Society. The need for instant gratification in any sort of story is just derailing us as a people.
Yeah.
That's a society thing. It's not just wrestling. It's not just sport. It's we need to know what we need to know right now. We're fucking Veruca Salt up in this bitch. I want what I want. And I want it now. Like, seriously, you know, I said it and it's but it's not. You know, JJ and I talk about it all the time. Like, the more we watch a Willy Wonka movie with the kids, we go, "Oh my god, the kids are fucking Veruca Salt." It's a thing. It's a thing.
Money and I need it now.
Yeah, it's just it's just absurd. And do we as a society need to know? Do we as a wrestling fandom need to know that Cash Wheeler brandished a gun at somebody when it happened? No. Did he brandish a gun at me? No, I don't give a fuck.
No.
Do we need to know that do we need to know that Jimmy and Jey Uso, you know, were DUIs? Nope, didn't hit me with a car. I don't give a fuck. Right. Do we need to know that Tammy, you know, probably, you know, was a direct cause of that guy dying? No, I don't give a fuck.
Right.
Okay, so guess what? You know what? Brandon the Ruiner, calling him out because JJ was being very nice about just putting you on timeout. Get the fuck out. Okay, bye. Because you don't know. He didn't hit the guy with it. It was flat out, you know, said it was a different scenario. So, goodbye. Anyway.
Goodbye.
I'm done with the idiots tonight. That's, you know, anyway.
Well, I guess in conclusion, JJ, we're just going to have to see what time holds forward for us. And I guess we'll know for sure when it comes to this match in a little over 12 hours. And as far as society needing to know everything, you know what they say about curiosity, but you also know what I say about mentality. Because unless y'all connect me into something, or my ATW crew shows up something, I could be blind to this world. I could be dead to this world as far as what's going on if it's not truly affecting me. I think I'm better off that way too.
You definitely are, and we admire you for that.
Yeah.
I know most of us on the panel wish we could do that.
Yeah. Biggest difference, to also just add one last quick thing. I think to Jeff's point, biggest difference as well, much to Jeff's point, is Cash Wheeler, what he did affects him and him alone, and he's already been dealing with it properly and diligently.
Yep.
Whereas the other situations should have been dealt with and should have been made them to be reprimanded way more than they were, because it actually did affect the company and actually did affect the morale, not only of the fandom, but also of the locker room.
Yeah.
That's the biggest difference.
How much flack did WWE get for, I forget which Uso it was, forgive me. Yes, I know they both look alike. Yes, I'm not trying to profile. Profile's wrong. How much flack did they get for that happening? And then, you know, for the DUI thing happening, and then they immediately not only kept them in the storyline, but made them the tag team champions in the process. Undisputed tag team champions at that. So
it was Jimmy.
It was Jimmy. Okay. Well, like I said, big picture, it doesn't matter because, yeah, they still did that. And again, it comes back to, yes, as a fan, as a human, you go, how can they possibly let them get away with that shit? But, and I'm as guilty of this as anybody. I'm not trying to say I'm holier than thou. I've got a big ass glass house that I can't throw a stone through. Okay. Why does it matter in the big picture?
It doesn't.
Unless it directly affects, like, seriously, somebody wants to drive a car through the front door and hit me or hit my kid. Yeah, I'm going to want to beat that guy's ass, among other things. But I truthfully do not care personally. And again, this may come up as me having a lower moral ground than some people, and I accept that. I personally don't care if somebody is arrested for a DUI that hasn't affected anybody but that person the first time. Somebody keeps having a drinking problem, and the problem being they can't not be behind the wheel after they do it. Yep. Yeah, get the person help. Get the person help. Don't have society condemn them for their inability to get their help.
Yep.
But don't put the fucking tag belts on them either. It's wrestling fandom is so unique because the worst part about wrestling fans is wrestling fans.
Yep.
Because we can't help our damn selves, unfortunately. Anyway, we've gone way too long about this. I'm sorry, JJ. I apologize.
It's okay. It's okay. Before I throw to commercial real quick, and I just want everyone to give a quick answer around the horn, because Emmanuel asked this. No, not with the super chat, but he's already super chatted $50 tonight. So he's
good.
He asks, what match needs to perform tomorrow to know if it's really sink or swim for AEW?
Main event.
He's down to 2.
Yeah.
Let me go first, James, and then we'll go.
Sorry.
For me, it comes down to 2. It comes down to Jericho and Ospreay, and it comes down to Cole and Max. Because Max and Cole, with the bromance of the summer being what it was, does not live up to the hype. Is Max the right person to be your champion? Period. Mike, I know you don't watch AEW, so I'll skip you, Jeff.
I'm in agreement. Max and Adam has to be worthy of that main event. And Jericho and Ospreay has to be as short a build as it's been. It has to be exactly how that contract signing came off.
Yeah.
Ospreay is this young, who's not really that young anymore, if we're being honest. He's been around longer than people realize. Full of piss and vinegar, just wanting to show up the legend. Chris Jericho needs to show that Chris Jericho has been the Chris Jericho that he said he's been. Coming to this company, getting the young kids the rub, getting these kids ready for, having AEW be a superstar platform, or, worst case scenario, getting them ready to be that superstar on WWE level. Ospreay's there. But if he beats Chris Jericho after beating Kazuchika Okada and Kenny Omega in these last 2 months, I did it again this week. I'm so proud of myself for saying Okada's name. Ospreay's a made fucking man already. But if he beats Jericho tomorrow, he is, to quote Happy Days, he's made in the shade. He is so made at that point.
Yeah.
He can write his own damn ticket at that point.
Yep. And Ospreay will go, in the words of Cameron Grimes, to the moon.
There you go.
I'll even throw a third sleeper match in here. I think the House of Black versus the acclaimed and badass Billy Gunn.
That's fair.
Perform.
It will.
Because I mentioned this on Simply Predicting. I was all set for Billy to get that one more title run until Bray passed. And we'll get more in depth in that in our next segment. But the House of Black is basically AEW's version of the Wyatt family when you really think about it.
Yep.
Malachi is Bray. The other two are Harper and Rowan, and Julia Hart is Alexa Bliss. So what better way to honor Bray than for them to keep the straps? And then Billy goes out with his final match in front of 80,000 plus. Either way, it's a beautiful moment for Billy Gunn. James, going back to this, which match needs to perform tomorrow, or did you already answer that? My apologies if you did.
You guys kind of said everything that I was gonna say. Yeah.
Walter?
I'm in agreement with you. It's Osprey's in his home country, so you got to see how that does, and then the main event. Because if you don't deliver the main event, granted, you caught lightning in a bottle and it didn't happen for a long time. But if you find a way to screw this up, then you're dead. You're DOA. You're dead on arrival. So it's more the main event for me, but I'm in agreement about the Osprey and Jericho as well.
Okay. Datilla?
Well, I do agree the main event does need to perform well. I feel like another match that needs to perform well is the women's match. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on that match to do well because one of the biggest criticisms of AEW is their booking of the women's division.
Yep.
So this match, the women's match, needs to deliver, especially because it's the only women's match on the card. If that match is not spectacular, I could imagine the criticism. And you remember, there's 4 of them. It's a 4-way match.
Yeah.
It would have been one thing if it was on one-on-one, but it's a 4-way, so it's up to all the ladies to deliver.
There you go. And Big G says the women's match for him, but that's no surprise because Big G is a big fan of Dr. Britt Baker, DMD.
Don't forget it.
Noah, what is your take? Hold on, James. Let's go around the room first, and we'll go back to you.
The reason why me and Datilla working as a team just seems to work so well, just like our belief in Joe Hendry.
We could be models for teams.
And there you go. We're motivational too. Completely agree. You all know my criticism and how high I believe in Joe Hendry.
You said his name, so he had to appear. Continue now.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're brilliant. So look, let's be real here. We got 2 marquee singles matches that are going to be both booked as the main event. Will Ospreay is a guy that's on the rise. Jericho's already at the top. Jericho even talked about that this is the most important match of his life, bigger than WrestleMania. Preach it, brother. And of course, I said what I said. And of course, Will Ospreay, he's the guy right now that could be the greatest professional wrestler of all time with this win, his opinion, having the Ultimate Bidding War in 2024 with his credentials. So definitely that's one match. And it's more on Will Ospreay on this grander stage with the veteran Chris Jericho that's trying to prove why he's been in this business for 33 years. A main event's always going to be the main event because it's always about how you end. But what we've seen so far with MJF and Adam Cole, the experience level by way of Adam Cole, and the potential of MJF, I don't think there's much to worry about. But at the end of the day, you got to have a strong finish. You got to have a memorable finish. You got to leave them wanting more and leave them wanting what's next. But still to this day, what's the biggest criticism of AEW? It's the women's division and the potential of it thereof and the poor booking of it. But I even said on City Predicting, and I stand by it, and until you and I have watched AEW, we've seen the history. The strongest showcasing of the women's division has always been fatal 4-way matches. It's not tag team matches like you saw at the Fabulous Forum. And you got to consider right now, you have the person that's been there since day one, trying to make this as big as possible. Dr. Baker DMD, who was back at the original All In 2018. You have the current champion, Carl Shida, in the biggest moment of her career, 16 years of wrestling. I love how much English she's learned, by the way. Great interviews, Denise Salcedo. Basically, she's now going in here in front of the biggest crowd in wrestling history. Damn it, but I digress. And then, of course, you have Saraya. Saraya, if anybody has more pressure on this card than anybody else, it's Saraya. Because Saraya is back in her home country in front of the biggest crowd possible, proving to WWE, fuck you, I can still go. If the Saraya does not show all out at All In, then was it worth even coming back or being part of AEW to begin with? Tony Storm is Tony Storm. So definitely the women right now, for me, have the biggest pressure. And again, they're the only match. It's one of those things you got to put up or shove. Make you seem like you are the most important. Make you seem like you should be considered a main event. So for me, in order, is the women's match, It's Will Ospreay and Chris Jericho, it's MJF and Adam Cole.
I'll just say this as well. For the women's match, I'm going to say it. There is only one winner.
Mhm.
You don't put the strap on Saraya, I don't know what the hell you're doing.
Pretty much.
Seriously, like, she's the only one. You need to have a kick-ass match, and you have to have her get the dub.
I agree.
Yeah.
Like, I get that Britt Baker is the face of their women's division, but if Saraya doesn't get that belt, they've
her
missed
home
a golden
country?
opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah.
And for the
it.
people that continue to ask about Guevara and Jericho in the chat, because it's more than one person, please pay attention to the ticker at the bottom. We have topics we're trying to discuss. We're trying to stay on a time crunch. But if you want to dictate the conversation, super chat. It's as simple as that.
Yep.
Dory, I know you don't follow AEW that much. Do you have anything you'd like to weigh in on this, or would you like to abstain on this point like Statboy did?
No, I'm going to say, and I'm going to kind of be echoing the women's match. You have one women's match, and I think AEW, is it AEW who has the best women's roster currently?
Impact.
Impact.
Okay, my bad.
She was asking a question to tell us. She only really follows WWE.
Okay. Sorry.
She is not as knowledgeable as the majority of the rest of the room, and most of the rest of the room, with the exception of you and Noah, don't follow Impact. So, you know.
Hey.
I just know that the women
okay, James, okay.
are
3 out of 8.
underrepresented and underrated, and they need to make a show of what women can do.
Damn right.
Exactly.
I agree.
That's all I have to say.
Even throwing you in the mix, James, it's still less than 50%. Calm down.
I know.
We need a knockouts knockdown too, don't you think, Noah?
Oh, absolutely. And with the fact that we actually had Stardom involved in Multiverse United 2, bring Stardom into the fold. Give me more.
Give me Diana versus Julia for that New Japan Strong Women's title.
Book it for the next Stardom pay-per-view or Impact Wrestling Bound for Glory.
There we go. Yeah, I agree.
All right, get it back to the beginning.
I believe we're off topic. I believe we're off topic.
Great.
Okay. So,
JJ. Anyway, continue.
Before we go to our main event topic and we do our tributes to the fallen for the week, I do want to run a couple of short trailers. So we will be back as soon as those are done.
Hello pals, Alyssa Marino here, and as a friend of Parker Kane Promotions, I am super excited to share the awesomeness that they've got in store for you this November at WrestleCade. You'll be seeing the world-traveling Capital Championship Wrestling Global Fighting Champ Rebecca J. Scott, a rising star who's been featured on Ladies Night Out, MCW, and more, the stunner Emily J., an internationally traveled talent who you've seen on NXT UK and Stardom, Angel of the Ring Zaya Brookside, and NWA World Women's Tag Team Champion Chicago's Sweetheart Missa Kate will also be appearing live. It's all going down WrestleCade weekend in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. You can catch these stars brought to you by Parker Kane Promotions on Saturday, November 25th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And be sure to stick around for Ladies Night Out the following day on Sunday, November 26th. You can get your WrestleCade weekend tickets at WrestleCade.com.
He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole wide world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands.
You know you can't see that all together because that freaking causes latency and the delays. But yes, Forever Firefly. I will never forget that experience.
I've been a Firefly too. I have a picture of fireflies. I just gotta look for it.
Same. Oh wait, I almost forgot my shtick. All the wrestling, all the professional wrestling. I'm gonna use my voice for in sports entertainment.
So,
I put a post showing this live entrance the last time I saw him on SmackDown.
it is now time for the main event. It's been a rough week here in the world of entertainment in general. Starting Wednesday with the passing of Terry Funk. Thursday, the passing of Bray Wyatt. Today, the passing of Bob Barker. And then while we were on the air with the Collision Watch Long, finding out again about Arlene Sorkin. So I figured we would devote the last little bit. And again, we don't have to make things super duper emotional. But let's welcome Big Baller G into the room.
Oh God, the multiverse punch. It's happening again.
Here's a story of a man named Meacham who began his career with no DQ.
No.
JJ, remember I asked you earlier?
Huh?
Remember I messaged you earlier?
Uh-huh.
What?
Okay. Here's the story of a man named Meacham who'd been producing for no DQ so long. All the years that he put in, they were fruitful, but he knew there was more than it. Here's the story of a renegade who was also a wrestling fan himself. They were two fans. They had big dreams, yet had no real help. Till the one day when the ginger called an audible, and he hoped he wouldn't fall flat on his ass. That this plan would somehow pop a profit. That's the way we all became the multiverse of media. JMN, multiverse of media. Dun, dun, dun. There we go.
Wait, why am I Alice?
Only because you're the last one to join the group.
Oh, okay.
Now you're in the middle.
Anyway.
Man, welcome to the family, Nutso. Now and forever.
Wait,
that was the warm-up piping. I mean, I'll do this probably with a much better voice later now.
I have a question. Am I Alice from the original show or am I Alice from the 90s movie?
Oh, the original show.
Definitely.
By and large, I still haven't seen the 90s movies yet, but the
you
original
should. They're
show,
really
like,
funny.
I will.
They're
I
on
have them
YouTube.
plugged. I have them plugged in when I do TV shows that were turned into movies. Got them coming down the road a little bit, but yes.
Okay.
Now
Anyway.
that we had that moment of humor here before we begin this uber depressing topic.
Right.
Thank you, Jeff, for that.
You're welcome.
So yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on this because it can get very depressing very quickly.
Yeah.
So what I would like to do is, and even though this sounds like it'll take longer, I think it'll be easier. I just want to go around the horn 4 times, one for each person. That way each person gets their time to shine, who's passed away. And we can give our thoughts, our memories, whatever on each of them. And we'll just go in order. Terry Funk was the first one to pass, so we'll start with him. Stat Boy, I did see your private chat that you wanted to go first when it came to this, but since we're going to do it in this format, hopefully it doesn't mean that you've got to run off to bed. Cinderella's not going to turn back into a little maid. But you can start with Terry Funk. We'll go around. We'll go from Stat Boy to James to Dory to me to G to Noah to Walter to Jeff to Datilla. And then we'll just kind of run it in reverse for the next one. And then we'll run it back for the third one, which would be Bob Barker. So Stat Boy, you'll get to go first on that one again, like you asked. And then we'll run it in reverse again for Arlene Sorkin. I just think that's going to be the easiest way to go.
I agree.
So Stat Boy, go ahead. Your thoughts, your memories as far as the hardcore legend Terry Funk is concerned.
Didn't really know much about Terry until he came out as Chainsaw Charlie in WWE. And of course, we saw him in the movie. We, Pop and Renegade and I, we went and saw Beyond the Mat in theaters. Unfortunately, we saw a little bit a side of Terry that we did not need to see as he woke up first thing in the morning. If you know the scene, you know. And there was it showed the man Terry Funk, not the wrestler Terry Funk. You know, he had to go to the doctor, he had to get his knee replaced or whatever, and all that good stuff. And he did local commercials for trucks and everything, and that was the side I wanted to see of him. Of course, the running joke from the movie is his referee friend. I can't remember. I'm blanking on his name.
Dennis.
He wants Terry. He wants Dennis to referee his last match, and Dennis is like, "No, I'm not booked." And Terry's like, "I want you there." "No, Terry, I'm not booked. I want you there." You know, and I bring that up a lot. It's like, I want you here. I really do. And Dennis, you know, changes his ticket. He's like, "You know, I changed my ticket. I paid $100. Am I going to make that?" He's like, "Yeah, I'll give you $50 for it," and all that. And you know, he has a match, and you know, he's in the back or drinking a beer while the doctor's trying to listen to his lungs or whatever. And the stats on him: two-time ECW champion with reigns of 90 and 118 days for 208 days. One-time ECW TV champ for 43 days, for a grand total of 251 days as a champion in ECW. Of course, his only title in WWE was the tag team championship with Mick that got taken away at the dumpster match. I didn't officially meet him. I do not have a picture with him. I did talk to him briefly at the last LA convention I went to, and I asked him to tell the story of him getting chokeslammed out of his sneakers, and he obliged. He told the story. He's like, "Yeah, I went to check on Mick. I thought he was dead, and next thing I know, I'm getting picked up by the Undertaker and chokeslammed out of my shoes." But then he kind of kept rambling on, and I got that eerie little, creepy little, "Terry, are you okay?" And he kind of gave me that look in his eye like he was okay. And I shook his hand. I said, "Thank you, Terry. You're a legend." He's like, he's like, "Thank you." Great guy. It's been said, you know, he truly was the craziest son of a bitch alive. Because, and in closing with Terry, I mean, the one time, the thing from the movie was he was getting ready to do a match for ECW, and his wife reminded him, "Terry, the branding iron is in the truck. Don't forget that branding iron. It'll save your life in a match." Hardcore legend. Miss you, Terry.
All right. James?
So, favorite memory that I have of Terry Funk while I wasn't around for his entire run. I think going back, definitely any of the matches that he had with Foley, specifically the King of Death, because it was just bonkers nuts. The matches that he would have with Ric Flair, obviously, for the NWA title. I love those. My favorite Terry Funk memory and match is ECW One Night Stand 06, the 6-person mixed tag. Terry Funk, Tommy Dreamer, and Beulah McGillicuddy versus Edge, Lita, and Foley, where they're all in the midst of barbed wire by the end of it, or at the very least, Foley and Funk are. That's like my favorite memory of that whole thing. So yeah, that would be my favorite. Godspeed to that man. He's definitely not retired now because they'll be using him for heavenly cards. I'm sure they'll be having him fight Macho Man or something. Yeah, those two crazies in a ring. Oh my lord.
Good Lord Almighty.
So yeah.
Okay. Dory?
I, as you know, I'm the baby in the group when it comes to wrestling. So I don't think I've even seen any of his matches. I'm just tickled by the fact, silly, I know. I'm tickled that his dad and his brother are both named Dory.
Yeah.
Dory with a Y, but
Yes.
Dory's. So I'm absolutely loving that little fact right there. I'm seeing, wow, 50 years. I'm sorry I never got to meet you or see you wrestle, Terry, but may you rest in peace and may your family have peace in their hearts.
Okay. Most of my memories of Terry come from later in his career. I wasn't even watching when Chainsaw Charlie and Mick Foley, Mankind won the tag titles. Cactus won the tag titles. I wasn't watching at the Hell in the Cell when he got chokeslammed out of his sneakers. I think the first thing I really saw him do of any consequence was his final WCW run where he became WCW Hardcore Champion. As far as like watching stuff of his in real time, and is that really a positive memory of him? Not 100% at this point. He was the hardcore icon, so Hardcore Championship kind of makes sense, but it was WCW 2000, so, kind of was what it was. The memories that I will always remember of him, though, and about him, like Statboy said, Beyond the Mat. And I've said this a couple times. I said this on the Greg Cherry show when I came in to kind of promote Jack of All Trades, and I think I mentioned it last night when we were doing the SmackDown watch along. But I'll just always remember what Paul Lee said about him coming into ECW and how he'd look around the locker room like, I can make him. He'll be something special. And how Terry was always willing to give to make sure that the following generation was ready to take the place when guys like him and his brother and Harley and Flair and Dusty and all those guys passed away. So, G?
I mean, yeah, I was very young. I didn't even watch Terry Funk until later on. Same thing with me. God bless the WWE Network. I can go back and watch his matches. I think the one match I did see in real time was from One Night Stand 2006, the six mixed man tag match. But he was already up there in age, but he could still go. And I did watch his Hall of Fame speech live in 2009. So not in person, obviously, but yeah, he had one hell of a career. He influenced a lot of people, especially Mick Foley. They were the best of friends. You see Eddie Kingston wearing the Funk You shirt occasionally on AEW, so I'm sure he had some kind of influence on Eddie. But yeah, he was up there in age, but he's in a better place now with a whole bunch of wrestlers having like the biggest Royal Rumble ever.
There you go. Noah?
I mean, you guys kind of covered a lot of the common ones. Again, being a fan since 1992, I mostly knew Terry Funk and Mick Foley, and of course, Cactus Jack. But in my later fandom, exploring all things wrestling after 2001 and checking out NJPW, I went for archives, and then this name was brought up, of course, in 2021. And why it wasn't done in AEW, what wasn't a dub was a match I went back and watched in the archives. Thank you, Internet. Atsushi Onita versus Terry Funk, no rope exploding barbed wire death match. And then I went, again, I'm an extremist. What are you going to do? And then I also saw Cactus Jack versus Terry Funk. I mean, again, he was the definition of, he fucking crazy. That dude was extreme as it gets. And then seeing that little callback of him passing off Chainsaw Charlie to, now known as Jon Moxley, the former Dean Ambrose prior to WrestleMania 32. I think that was just a really cool moment right there. I really wonder if Jon Moxley's going to bring that chainsaw out at all. And it's going to be so damn cool. So those are just some of my cell memories. He definitely was one of those pioneers that didn't fit the mold and might have been more extreme than the others. But he definitely left a legacy and left an impact and wounds on a bunch of people, Mick Foley and Cactus Jack included. But hey, now he can brand whoever he wants in heaven and not feel a damn thing.
There you go. Before I throw to Walter, we just got a $5 super chat from Catherine.
Hey.
Showing
Hi,
love
Kat.
for the JMN. We appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Kat, if you're awake after off the air, I'll shoot you a text or I'll give you a call real quick before I try to go my ass to bed.
Go ahead, Walter. What are your memories of Terry Funk?
Yeah, I'll just, you guys pretty much covered it all. But hardcore legend, the hardcore division would not be what it is as we know it. We wouldn't see these bloody matches that we see now with that Jon Moxley does if it wasn't for Terry Funk. And, God bless him. And the world has become a little less hardcore now.
It's accurate.
Very accurate.
All right, Professor, talk to us. Let me talk to you, dummies.
Yeah. I guess it's appropriate that I can't go on camera with this damn technology because it was an audio only that I interviewed Terry Funk on the original No DQ broadcast back in 2003.
Wow.
He was on Extreme Mayhem with us. I told the story on the Greg Cherry show, just having to wait we had to go on the air at we weren't live at that point. We had to record 4 a.m. our time to accommodate for his Texas breakfast. Because Mama calls you down for breakfast. It's time to eat. Everything else is secondary. Especially when it was Mrs. Funk, because Mrs. Funk, I think Mrs. Funk was the true hardcore legend. She crazy too. God bless Vicky. My goodness. It's another undersold strong woman behind the crazy man. I'm lucky in that I got to watch a lot of Terry in my fandom. When I started watching in 1990, he was already out of the prime at his prime of his career by significant amounts. But I didn't get to see the stuff with Flair until much later. But I did get to see him come into and bring and build up ECW into what it became, and getting to find out how influential he was on Paul and then the company, and then saw him all throughout 1998 when he came back to WWE and went through the whole Chainsaw Charlie thing, and just being so mortified at the Outlaws for what they did to Cactus and Terry in that dumpster ride on Raw. And what I'll remember most about Terry, watching him as a fan, honestly, was not even the dumpster match or even the Hell in the Cell. It was the match he and Mick had on Raw. The first time that Mick Foley competed as Mick Foley. Falls Count Anywhere, the evil imagination of the Mr. McMahon character motivating Mick Foley to reach into his best friend's chest and rip out his heart and have the blood drip down. Then you'll prove you can be a #1 contender. And it was just as much as the story of April 13th of 98 was told beautifully enough where they beat the streak of Nitro, that May 4th, 98 episode of Raw was just so good. Mick came out and renounced Dude Love and threw the character, the costume in Vince's face, and By the end of the night, Mick Foley had beaten the living dog shit out of his best friend, Terry Funk, and proven that he was Mr. McMahon's worthy pick of the man to take out Steve Austin. And Terry Funk being part of that was just such a big part of that. I also remember going back and watching the deathmatch tournament in '95, which I don't recommend more than once. Good God. Greg Cherry would have been mega puking. But anyway, Cactus talking about, Terry Funk, you're the greatest I ever saw. It's just a shame I have to beat the out of you to, get this. And Terry Funk took the mic back and, oh, Cactus, that's what I've always loved about you. You've always been such a dreamer. Comments to beat the shit out of each other. Oh, so good. And again, I said it in my post when he died. Terry Funk convinced me throughout my fandom that he was just as much the middle-aged and crazy bastard as he was the commie old Uncle Terry. And that did not start my week off very well, and it's gotten worse, obviously. But Terry's contributions will be definitely missed. I will always also look back now, thanks to photography and videotape, and he and his brother were the major reason that Harley Race got established as a credible, true NWA World Champion, because he beat both of them first.
Go ahead, Datella, bring us home.
Well, I don't remember much of Terry Funk's early career. My earliest memories of Terry Funk are when he started making those sporadic appearances in the WWE, like how Noah mentioned his last appearance, giving the chainsaw to Dean Ambrose. But if I have like a favorite match, it would be like how James and Big G mentioned ECW 2006 from One Night Stand. That's mostly the one match I remember the most of Terry Funk. And he's definitely, and it showed me why he's definitely the hardcore legend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Accurate.
So next we'll go back in reverse order and we'll begin discussing Bray Wyatt. Before you start, Datella, I do have another video that I want to run. I did run this after the call last night that me, Noah, and James did. This video was posted to Alexa Bliss's Instagram as she was unable to get a flight to be there because of it being last minute and issues getting a flight and trying to travel while pregnant and all that type of stuff. It's about 3.5 minutes, just her kind of giving her memories and paying tribute to Bray.
Hi everyone. Before tonight's episode of SmackDown, I just wanted to come on here and say a few words. I was planning on attending tonight's SmackDown, but unfortunately with the last minute flight options, it wasn't really possible to get me there in time before the show ended. So I wanted to come on here and just talk about Windham a little bit and what tonight means. And first I wanted to say, I'm sending out so much love and thoughts to Windham's entire family. We are all here for you and we are so sorry for your loss. I know tonight's SmackDown is going to be a celebration of Windham and the Bray Wyatt character and everything Windham has done in his life and career in WWE. So I'm going to try to keep this as positive as I can. Windham is an incredible person who we have all loved for years, and he is just so friendly and lights up a room and is so creative. He's a creative genius who brought us all the amazing gift of Bray Wyatt for the last so many years. And I think the character Bray Wyatt that Windham has given us has been incredible and has been so fascinating to see and has brought us all so much joy to watch. And, working with Windham was just so it was magic. It was magic because being able to watch him in his creative element and be able to work with him really, expanded my creativity, and being able to just watch him work and work beside him was just truly an honor. And I still say to this day, was the most fun I've ever had in my entire career in WWE. And I am so thankful that he allowed me and trusted me to come in and be a small part of his vision and his creativity. And unfortunately now there is a huge void in our world and in the WWE universe that no one will ever be able to fill, because Windham was so special and everything he brought to us was so special. And I think we should all be so grateful for that. His creative genius of the Wyatt family and the Fiend and the Firefly Funhouse has really opened up all of our minds and opened our eyes to a whole nother world in our industry that none of us could have ever thought imaginable. And I just want to say, Windham, you've brought so much joy to everyone around you and to the millions who've loved watching you week after week and loved watching your journey and just see your creative genius unfold. We will continue to celebrate your life, your legacy, and the amazing human you are, and we will continue to light up the sky with fireflies. And we all love you, Windham.
So go ahead, Datilla. Follow Alexa Bliss.
Wow. How am I supposed to follow that?
Nice God.
I just thought it was important because, like I said last night when we did the watch along and we ran that, the fact that she wasn't able to be there to show her respects to him, I thought it was very important to be able to hear from her and everything. So,
Yeah. All right. So for Bray, I feel like we didn't get to see enough where this storyline with Uncle Howdy was going. I really wanted to see the end results of that. I do think he had an extremely creative mind. However, sometimes the booking wasn't always the best. I personally like the Eater of the Worlds gimmick a lot better than I did the Fiend, but that's just my personal preference. I'll never forget being at that SummerSlam 2013. I believe that was Bray Wyatt's first SummerSlam, and just getting to experience that entrance live for the first time was like super cool, and like getting the chance to be a Firefly. I have pictures of all this. I just gotta find them. They're somewhere in my USB. If I had to pick two matches that are my favorite, would be his match against Kane, that Ring of Fire match, because I guess I got to see that match live, and John Cena versus Bray Wyatt, the Firefly Funhouse match. I think that was a really fun match, really creative match, and and I did enjoy his feud with L.A. Knight. Yeah. Why I did like the pitch black match, the aesthetic appeasing. I'm really glad that he got a final victory in one of his final matches. So
okay. Boss Man.
Still trying to wipe the tears away from Lexi's video. Holy shit.
That's the third time I've sat through it, so
Oh no! I watched it. It doesn't get any fucking easier. Back to Terry briefly. Mick Foley posted on his whatever social he uses these days that he was apparently contacted about being there. He just didn't get the message didn't go to his inbox in time, and even if he had, it would have been geographically a mucker feather to get there for him. So he was bummed he couldn't be there, but he definitely was there in spirit. He said so. To point that out because Mick and Terry are peanut butter and jelly. It is what it is. As far as Bray, I think I have a little bit different view on it because of being buddies with so many people on the roster right now. It's been a very hard couple of days, to say the very least. I think for better or worse, my enduring memory of Bray Wyatt, the character, will always be the battles with John. 2014 and how it should have gone versus how it went will be forever debated, unfortunately. And then the Firefly Funhouse thing in 2020 was just so damn good. It's so fun, so entertaining to watch. And being able to converse afterwards, it was so goddamn corny, but it was so much fun. We talked about it quite a bit the other night before the predictions for the pay-per-view with Aaron and everybody. This one hits harder than a lot of the other ones have over the years. Being a father, having, my son at his age now, but God, he's got 4 babies that have to grow up without a father. And he and Joanne were going to get married in December. And I just think about it, it's like, he's my brother's age. Catherine in the chat mentioned, she's turning 36 this year. He's younger than damn near everybody in this room. Yeah. I'm not sure. Attila, I'm not going to ask your age.
No, he's older than me.
Okay. So, yeah. But the exception of Attila, I believe he's the youngest person here. And that's just ridiculous that a person of 36, because of just this thing that will forever be part of our lives now, the new normal of the COVID being a thing. Like I'm sorry. I need to not. Walter, take it. I'm sorry. I can't right now. Sorry.
Okay, Walter.
Walter, you're muted on your end. I'm not sure why.
Botch.
Yeah, no, botch. It hits hard for me too. Being a parent like Jeff. Fact is, in 2021, I lost my mother-in-law. She has a heart condition called COVID. Passed away as well. I have cardiomyopathy. I have a certain heart condition called COVID three times, and was in the hospital for a long time, and almost was on the other side. So to hear someone young like that get caught up with that really hurts. No disrespect to Terry, but he was 79 years old, and I can appreciate his life and good memories and think about it. But he lived his life, so it hits. And I'm not trying to disrespect Terry at all, but it just hits different when somebody's 36, and it's unexpected like that.
Had 2
It
daughters.
hurts at me. Yeah, I got 3 sons, and I'm the main breadwinner, so to think about what would happen. So it just hurts. But in terms of memories, I would say the Elimination Chamber. Like, I didn't expect Ray to win that. I really thought AJ Styles was winning that one. And to see him pull that out and become WWE champion was awesome to see. And at least he got to be, the Fiend character was what it was, but at least, and we all know what it led to and who beat him, but at least he got to claim the Universal title, even though Billy Boy had to ruin that shit for everybody. But we won't go down that path. Yeah, exactly. But the world has gotten dimmer. He's a bright light, and his creative mind and everything. And now I guess he goes from follow the buzzers to follow the angels. So, he'll be missed. This one's gonna sting for a while, like Eddie's did. Like the fact that I'm 40 years old. I'm 4 years older than him, and to see that happen to somebody that young it's crazy. It's out of nowhere. It sucks, but I feel worse for his kids and JoJo to have to deal with what they're dealing with. But at least he will always live on in memories, and Peacock in the WWE network. He left legacy, and if anything, he should probably go in the Hall of Fame alone next year. Just give it to him alone. There's no need for anybody else to go in there with him.
We'll finish this up and then we'll come back to that. I don't want to take away from people giving memories. Go ahead, Noah.
I think I pretty much expressed most of my thoughts, not only in my little symphony honoring, but also our little watch along. But sure. By the way, I'm 31. I lost my father to a heart attack the day he took me to school. I was doing stuff in an art class for my folks, and then next thing I know, my mom, my sis, and the vice principal and principal are there. They gave me the news. We were more devastated about this than my little brother. He was like, "Oh, Mom's fine. Mom, he'll be fine. You'll take care of him. He's all better, right?" It's long story short, I'm the hearted man I am today. You all don't know what I am off camera for a reason. I still have regrets to this day. As far as Bray Wyatt goes and the character, it was definitely either worse. That definitely was the most impactful for me. Hell, I cosplayed as at one time during a Halloween when I was going stir crazy in my room. Y'all can literally see the little video on my Instagram or the Twitter. That man had boundless creativity. I could only imagine. We only scratched the surface of what he could do. Eater of Worlds, but seeing The Fiend debut live in SummerSlam 2019 is a memory I'll hold for a lifetime because I never saw anything like it. I'm fine being the center of this madness. And from you figure about, the family, you figure about the battles with the Shield. To this day, Shield versus Wyatt family is one of my favorite trios matches of all time. I call that the bar. I don't think anything comes close to it, no matter what you tell me. And then, of course, the battles with him and Daniel Bryan, Royal Rumble 2014 being a one-match show. I said what I said. Screw the rest of you. And just, again, the ring and endorsement with The Undertaker, that spider walk and that sit-up at WrestleMania 31, that was more of a moment to me than Seth friggin' Rollins' cashing of the century. Just like I would say, the account's more important than Kofi Mania at WrestleMania 35. And then you figure about, again, what SmackDown gave us, the layers of Windham Rotunda's creation. Yes, we had the Eater of Worlds. Yes, we had the Fiend who was seemingly invincible. And then he became heartfelt. He showed vulnerability. He brought us closer into him, who he was, and accepted that. Why he was always battling himself with what Uncle Howdy was. Like, look in the mirror. What do you see? I am Uncle Howdy. He and I are one. And the fact of the matter is, I was super curious on what the Wyatt Six was. The bottom line is this. Bray Wyatt immersed me in sports entertainment. He really did. He was one of those that kept me in the fandom because he was different. He stood out. He had boundless creativity that WWE only scratched the surface of, even if they did take advantage of it sometimes when you thought they didn't treat him right. And the fifth and last note we had was him and LA Knight. Yeah. And that match presentation, it was what it was, but still, it was his creation, his idea. Execution may have been poor on WWE's part. That is not on the individual. I really wish I could have saw the Wyatt Six come to fruition. I have nothing but love and prayers of strong support to JoJo and his daughter, as I got my little Ella, of course, who's 8 years old in the third grade, hoping that I could be a better uncle. And overall, I want to lead an example like that as an individual where it's okay to be yourself, but you need to be a better person than you were yesterday. As JR says, tomorrow's never guaranteed. That's why I always say treasure your families and also appreciate today. Be grateful when you see tomorrow, for it's a blessing. R.I.P. to Windham Rotunda. Thank you, Bray Wyatt. Forever I will follow the buzzer. And now heaven has let him in. I will never look at WWE the same way again. And I truly hope people take a bit of humility, especially in this connected age, to appreciate the actual people in wrestling better versus the character they portray. Thank you, Bray.
G?
No, man. All right. Yeah. So, we didn't know Windham Rotunda in person, but we got to know Bray Wyatt, the character, over the years. And he brought us a lot of memories. I was glad I was able to see him a couple times live. I went back to my pictures. There was one, it was a Raw with him and Jericho in a steel cage match. An old school Raw from 2014. I think when Daniel Bryan was had just joined. And then when he was starting to team up with Matt Hardy. But yeah, so many memories. Like the Elimination Chamber match that no one brought up. Just them standing there, just the ovation the crowd they gave the crowd gave them. They didn't even touch, and the crowd was already chanting. This was awesome because they had both come from NXT, and they were the two top factions in WWE at that time. And then him winning the Elimination Chamber in 2017 was awesome. He truly deserved that. His 2 title runs with the Universal title as well. Everybody has their stuff about that, but he did what he did with the Fiend, and the man was a creative genius. Every time I was on the review, me and Virtue always talked about, he could have gone into movies, and he could have been maybe not the Fiend exactly, but we could have seen an iteration of that as the next horror icon, But God, I'm a year younger than he is, and I told my wife, I think I posted super chatted when Aaron did his thing. I was like, you gotta live your life to the fullest, man. I was like, because you never know what's gonna happen. But yeah, Bray Wyatt, Windham, Rotunda, may rest in peace. And like we said, we have the WWE Network. We can go back and watch everything that he's ever done. So,
all right. I said this last night during our watch along. I'm in a weird position when it comes to Bray because I remember seeing the Wyatt family debut and the beginnings of that story and everything. But then I stopped watching by SummerSlam 2014. I was out of the wrestling bubble. So I never really got to see Bray in his prime. I never got to see any of his title runs. And by the time I even started to dip my toes back into the pool that is professional wrestling, it was pandemic, and we were building towards the match that the Fiend had against Orton at WrestleMania. I want to say it was 37, where he got squashed in like 5 minutes.
Correct.
Yeah.
And Alexa Bliss was like the MVP of that whole build.
Yeah.
Which, again, is why I thought it was so important to see her video. What's that? I heard something in the background.
I have no idea what that was. I don't know who that was.
It was my tablet. You said her name.
Oh, okay.
I apologize for that. I should have turned my microphone off.
And then I remember Extreme Rules last year, and they were doing the whole White Rabbit gimmick. And everybody wondering what the White Rabbit was, and producing the watch along because Jeff had to work, I think, and actually having a White Rabbit in the corner where the network logo is for the entire thing because of the whole shtick. And then finally seeing Bray come out, and the only thing we really got out of that was a pitch black match against LA Knight, which really was what it was. So I saw him get squashed in 5 minutes and a really lame gimmicky match.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, I don't have like the greatest memories when it comes to seeing Bray and everything because, like I said, I was on hiatus from watching stuff during his prime.
Yeah.
The thing that really resonated with me, and it took somebody on social media posting the side-by-side images and pointing this out, and I know I've mentioned this to Jeff. I don't know if anybody else caught on to this, but we lost the creator of Pee-wee's Playhouse and the Firefly Funhouse about a month apart because we lost Paul Rubens, Pee-wee Herman about a month ago, and now Bray Wyatt. So definitely one of those things. Like, I've thrown out there in a couple of groups some matches. You know, what matches are like the best matches for Bray? Not really getting the response that I was hoping for, which kind of sucks.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I didn't put together a members only September trailer because me and Noah were already talking about calling a Wyatt match a Funk match for this, plus the one that people are already voting on, which we'll get to during the Shills portion. I was figuring to just have that be my members content for September. But I mean,
Yeah, then maybe the Price is Raw segments for one of the weeks.
Maybe. It always sucks when someone goes this young. And then pointing out the fact that Cody Rhodes has now been involved in the Brody Lee and Bray Wyatt tribute shows for two different companies, just a couple of years apart. It's crazy when you think about it. Go ahead, Dory.
Oh, I absolutely, from when I started rewatching in, Mikey, when did we become roommates? 19?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we were roommates before the pandemic started.
Yeah.
And he got me back into wrestling. I loved Bray's entrances. They were just so creative. He had just the things that he would come up with and do. But I really, really loved his entrances. And I wish I could have met the man. And I can tell you, whenever we've got our Firefly season out here, I'm going to see them and think of Firefly Funhouse and think Bray Wyatt. And I hope he's dancing with them now. And my favorite memory off the top of my head was Undertaker passing the torch. May you be resting in peace, smiling down on us, and blessings be with your family.
James?
I think somebody already said it. The Elimination Chamber match with the Shield. His title win.
Me. Yep.
His title win. 2017. Yeah, I mean, the first time he debuted The Fiend, there's a lot there. There's probably a lot more that I can't even think of right now. I mentioned Brian and Wyatt, that whole build and the way they had that awesome match at the Rumble that year. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm only 27. I'm only 9 years younger than this guy, and I had COVID twice. So, yeah, I mean, that does something to you when you see somebody that young pass. It just sucks. It sucks. It really does kind of put you in that thing of like, don't take life for granted, you know. And I think if I didn't know that now, I know that after this. Especially, I already knew that after Brody, but even now, like, this stinks. That's all I got.
Okay. Before I throw it to Statboy to finish this, Jeff, have you been able to collect yourself? Is there anything that you would like to add since you had to cut yourself off?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to coordinate technology and my own heart at the same time here. Not a fun combination. I have to worry about both shit at once. it's just very hard. It's this hits so damn hard, and it's just not. I just don't know what else to say. Maybe not on this. And there's so many things that can be said in something like this. I just wish, beyond how I'm feeling my own self about the reality of his family and what they have to be going through, and all his friends that are also friends of mine that I know are dealing with what they're dealing with, for the moment. It's just so it's just so hard, and I just wish it wasn't so divisive, about the stuff beyond what should be the focus, and that's Windham's family and Windham himself. And I hope that, in the same way that Owen's tragic passing did for the brief moment anyway, and Eddie's as well, that the wrestling community can be a little more galvanized and realize that we all are human beings as well, and that we all need to come together rather than push ourselves apart. Yeah, that's what I got for the moment. This next one's going to be a bitch too, just so you guys know in advance.
No worries. Catherine, thank you very much for the super chat. I didn't see it come through on the live side, just like another one earlier.
Yeah,
but I did see it pop into the starred side, so I apologize for not acknowledging it sooner, but thank you very much. Statboy, go ahead.
I basically said a lot for Bray with Noah on his show yesterday. Thank you for that, Noah, for doing that show. So I'll try and keep this one quick. He was just amazing, and it's just you could not hate him, you could not boo him. He was the heel that you loved, and the iconic entrance, the lanterns, the fireflies, just everything in that. It was a surprise to me at Elimination Chamber when he won the belt. Didn't like that he only had it for 49 days. And I said this on Noah's show, when Fiend was out there, he was supposed to be unstoppable. He was any superhero villain that could take a punch. I called him Thanos. I called him Darkseid. I called him Apocalypse. You could not hurt this guy. He would get up. You hit him with something, he would either take it or he would take the bump and get right back up. And I said this, it's like, that is probably what Roman Reigns' title could have been for the Fiend, until he finally got beat. And like, you weren't supposed to beat this guy because he was that powerful as a character. Like I said, I love the Fireflies and follow the buzzards.
All right. Datilla, yes, I saw your private chat. Go ahead.
You're
muted.
Oh, I didn't realize I was muted. I'm sorry. All right, I'm gonna head out, you guys. Getting tired, and I'm gonna have a long day ahead of me. So I'm gonna go ahead and bounce.
We definitely do. Go ahead and tell people where they can find you, though.
You can follow me on Twitter at Datilla_. You can check out my YouTube channel, Rangers of Wrestling. I cover pro wrestling. I cover Raw, SmackDown, AEW Dynamite, Rampage, occasionally Collision. I cover all of Impact, YouTube Insiders, and pay-per-views. And we are currently in Power Month. If you don't know what that is, we're celebrating 30 years of Power Rangers. And on Monday, August 28th, I should be doing a Power Rangers stream celebrating 30 years of Power Rangers. So, you like Power Rangers? Come check me out.
There you go. Well, as always, thank you for tuning in and joining us.
Yes.
My Power
And
Week kicks off on Monday also, where I'll be reviewing Day of the Dumpster, Green with Evil, White Light, and then Forever Red. So,
yes. All right. And as the late Bob Barker would say, help control the pet population. Have your pets spayed or neutered, and I'm powering down. Bye, everybody.
good night, Datilla.
Bye.
All right. So, as she alluded to before she powered down, we're now going to transition into Bob Barker. Stat Boy, go ahead, because I know you said that you were going to be bouncing shortly after you spoke about Bob Barker. So go ahead.
I've said many times that I want to say that the Price is Right was my favorite game show ever. What young person didn't watch The Price is Right being home from school? For me, it was always on at 10 o'clock on CBS. And he was just his delivery, his wit, his playfulness. You know, he loved his job for 35 years. He did The Price is Right from 1972 to 2007, and there were always two moments that I think made it his own. I've said this many times on the channel, and hopefully this will lighten Jeff's spirits a bit, because whenever somebody would take too long to make their choice, or whenever somebody would give the wheel a monster spin, he's like, is that wheel going to stop? Cancel The Young and the Restless, because The Young and the Restless was on at 11 o'clock on CBS, and the wheel would just keep going and going and going. And, you know, my mom and I would watch that, and 11 o'clock soap opera time, so she's like, you ain't canceling The Young and the Restless there, Bob. Forget that. That wheel's going to stop. And another thing he did was he would delay the reveal of whenever the car was up for grabs, like whenever he had to pull the panel down or push a button, you know, he's like, all right, now if this can of Dawn is $2.49, you win the brand new car. And he would reach in to push the button. He's like, isn't this exciting? You're on national television, and
you're after my heart.
I know, exactly. And he's like, do you want to change your mind? No, I don't want to change my mind. And then he'd push the button and they'd win or lose or whatever. And the inspirational putt for hole in one, he actually did. That was a thing. He was a golfer. He did like to do that, of course, which led to Happy Gilmore. You know, he would make little friendly bets with the crew. He's like, this is my inspiration. And he'd line it up and he'd just knock it right in. And of course, the catchphrase, have your pet spayed or neutered and all that. 99 years old is a good long time. I wish I could find the footage for it. I did get to go on Price is Right in 2008. Unfortunately, he had already retired by then, so I was on the show with Drew Carey. I was partially devastated when he did retire. It's like, no, he didn't do it. He did come back a couple times. He came back for his 90th birthday. He did an April Fool's show. But, you know, the Price is Right will live on. He is a great guy. He's definitely on the Mount Rushmore of game show hosts. This one does sting for me because, like I said, Price is Right is my favorite, is my all-time favorite. So that being said, I'm going to take my leave on this one. Thank you all, family, for letting me be on the show with you tonight. I love you all. I will see you all on Tuesday. For myself, Stat Boy out.
All right. And then there were 7. The order looks like it's getting jumbled up a little bit. Go ahead. James, you were under Stat Boy, so go ahead.
For me, I think my favorite memory is a wrestling memory, and that is definitely with Price is Raw. And I'm probably picking Noah's favorite memory in the same vein. I would venture to guess. Sorry. We'll both comment on it together then. Screw it. Yeah, that's my favorite because I think Noah knows like the fact that Jericho and Bob just had one of the funniest segments. Because keep in mind, this is like serious No Country for Old Men Jericho with fun-loving Bob Barker, and it was just gold, absolute gold. So yeah, fun times. Rest in peace, that man. And I guess he'll be basically in the pet heaven. You know, maybe he'll do a pet Price is Right, where all the pets are spayed and neutered.
Jesus.
Dory, go ahead.
So, yeah. Summer breaks, before Mom got to take over the TV with the soap operas, we definitely watched Price is Right, and just he was just an infectious personality, is the best I can come up with. Yeah. Loved watching him, and I've seen in the chat, Drew Carey's there now, and Drew Carey is Drew Carey, but Bob Barker will always be Price is Right.
Damn right.
I do remember in one of the first 5 WrestleManias, because that's as far as I've gotten, I'm working on it, that he was a special guest in one of them. And it's just like, wait, that's Bob Barker. And I saw that he guest hosted an episode of Raw, I think it was, back in 2007, I think is what I read.
2009.
2009. Thank you, guys. And it's just, it's not the same without him, but he did live to a good old ripe range. And thank you, Ken. It's not good. It's just not the same without him. But again, prayers for his family. I pray he's resting in peace. And with this, I'm also going to take my leave of y'all this evening. And I will see you on Tuesday at Stat Boy Sports Bar featuring moi. And best wishes. Sleep well, everyone. My prayers are with you all.
All right. Good night, Dory. Thank you for hanging out with us. And then there were 6. Try to reorganize this so it went back in the order everyone was. There we go. So yeah, just to kind of echo everybody else's sentiments, I mean, sick days, you watched game shows, you watched The Price is Right, and then once the game shows were over, you started watching the trashy tabloid talk shows. You watched your Jerry Springer, your Maury Povich, that type of stuff. Nothing but entertainment and all day long on the sick days. And then, of course, and came to the normal afternoon programming, you'd watch your Disney afternoon and whatnot, or your Power Rangers, etc. But watching Price is Right, I honestly stopped watching it full time once Bob retired.
Same.
Drew Carey gets the Bart Simpson, at least you tried cake. I will admit that I watched the episode that my brother Stat Boy was on, because why aren't you going to watch that? That's your familia. Watching him get called down to contestants row was freaking awesome. It would have been exponentially better if it had been Bob Barker that was hosting, but beggars can't be choosers. He got down there. You know, to know that somebody that's a part of your family, that's a part of our family, got to be part of that show's legacy is awesome. G?
Yeah, I mean, I watched Bob Barker, Price is Right when I could when I was in the States. Unfortunately, in Germany, we didn't get it. So when I moved back to the States, I would watch it in like his final years before he retired. My favorite memory with Bob Barker, though, I guess you can call it a memory, was when he beat the holy hell out of Adam Sandler and Happy Gilmore. You know, that was hilarious, you know.
That is a funny clip.
Obviously, you know, his guest host of Raw with Jericho, like every time I watch that or it pops up on YouTube or whatever, I just start cracking up because like Jericho was so freaking serious and like Bob was like, $1? I heard $1. And but yeah, Bob Barker, you know, he lived his life to the fullest too. He brought so many memories to everybody, you know, on their mornings when, like you said, on sick days, or even if you were just at home off, you know, enjoying Price is Right. So may he rest in peace as well. And yeah, so that's it for me with Bob Barker.
There you go. Ken, I have to disagree with you there. There were a few very entertaining guest hosts on Raw. They weren't many. They were definitely few and far between. And I will give you that Bob was one of them. But as a sucker for guest hosts like Pee Wee Herman and the Muppets,
yeah,
you know, he wasn't the only one. Noah?
Considering I don't give a damn about movies or TV mostly, he was the only one for me, but that's a different story. I mean, seriously, The Price is Right was my all-time favorite game show. My mom and I literally watched it while I was just a child in the hospital. There were two shows I was able to comprehend when I was with my mom, apparently when I was a wee lad. Truly the smallest lad you could think of. It was Walker, Texas Ranger, and Price is Right. And then somehow we ended up watching the soap opera after that, the one that you mentioned earlier. I was like, bleh. But yeah, I mean, seriously, Bob Barker, and Ronnie. Those two are the immortal combination for me when it comes to game show legendary legacy. And the Mount Rushmore, yeah, you got Alex Trebek, you got Bob Barker, you got Peter Tremont, you got Dick Clark. And I know there's others, but those are the four for me. As soon as Bob Barker retired, I was like, okay, but hey, he made Price is Right what it was. Let's see what the other guy can do. And then when Bob Barker showed up, I'm not gonna lie, I marked out. I was like, what a perfect little prank. And when someone told me that, I was like, watch, all right. And then when Drew Carey came out and I just heard the boos, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, come on now. Bob Barker, he is the GOAT. He is the host. He was the guy that made the contestants be on the edge of their seats, but brought them in and welcomed them in. There was an unimaginable, unmatched charm with his hosting. He loved what he did. He loved giving prizes. He loved giving cash. He loved the excitement. Probably wish there were some contestants though that didn't, like, you know, embrace him as much. If you know, you know. But yeah, for me, Bob Barker will always be the GOAT. And honestly, at this point, I don't really care about game shows anymore. I look at today's host and I'm like, blah, blah, meh, ugh. And I heard that, I guess, Pat Sajak is about to retire. He ended up to put the guy that hosts American Idol or whatever. Yeah, Team Pop Sensation. Fuck that shit. I mean, at this point, game shows are almost kind of like, it was what it was for me. Now it's the past. Now all I have really pretty much is wrestling. I was like, yep, I'm done. But forever I will hold Bob Barker near and dear to my heart because he was me and my mom's favorite host, and honestly, it was our favorite game show. Hell, me and my mom used to compete to see if we could win the pricing game or bid for the right price or play the showcase showdown. I went to a Price is Right live just for the hay of it, spun the wheel, got a dime. Both of you shut the fuck up. And freaking overall, it was just a really fun time. Tried out to be a contestant one time, didn't work out, but yeah. It was the game show I would want to be on. I could go on and on about Price is Right, Bob Barker, Rod Ronnie. I mean, classic CBS. I wished I was in that era once again. Fuck today's television. And I said what I said, and I said what I said. Either way, Bob Barker, thank you for everything. forever I will remember your famous quote, "As you are now in peace in heaven, the price will always be right," with him on the mic. That classic mic too. Screw the tiny wireless one. I always will appreciate Bob Barker for what he did. For me, as a fan, who actually cared at one point for quite a number of years, primetime and daytime for television. Thank you, Bob Barker. Now you're up there with Rod Rodney. And Betty White, for that matter. Betty White, Bob Barker, both lived to be 99. Game show legends. That's priceless.
There you go. I was saying earlier today when I realized that he lived to 99, I was like, if he had made it to 100, because his birthday would have been December 12th, they would have found a way to get him out there for his 100th birthday. They would have had to.
Especially
happy
JJ.
birthday,
Yeah.
Bob.
Yeah,
Well.
seriously, I was hoping to see that. I was holding out for it this year because I don't know if you all know this because my mom keeps up with the news because I'm like, you're a bloody fool. Don't you care about your mentality? There's enough madness. She actually gave me an interesting tidbit. Bob Barker Studios that hosted Price is Right, they're finally moving away from it. They're actually going to a different studio after 52 damn years. I couldn't freaking believe it. What the hell are they going to do with that building? Now there's truly nothing in it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, Walter, go for it.
Yeah, you guys all mentioned it. Staying home, sick from school. You had your little bowl of soup. If you had the flu or something, you had the blanket wrapped around you, and you would watch Price is Right. Like, he was the original host with the most. Like, it's like everybody. He was up here, and everybody had to try to reach to him. Everybody who became a host had to mention him as an influence, and from his iconic "Come On Down" to Noah mentioned the microphone. He was stubborn and never changed that microphone. If you look at it from the 70s, that microphone, that long wire microphone was popular. He never changed it. In the 90s, he kept that microphone. In the early 2000s, he had that microphone. And I think to this day, I think Drew Carey, I've seen him use it a few times. Yeah, it's like an iconic microphone, and it's like everything that he has to do with. And, we do a lot of wrestling shows and talking, and the fact that he got involved with WWE as well just makes me like him even more. So I'm glad he got to live a full life, 99 years old. We can all hope. We can only hope to last that long.
Amen.
So good for him. Sad to go. It's sad to see, but on to the next phase for him, I guess. See what's out there. I don't watch game shows anymore either. We're like, The Price is Right, and now the Wheel of Fortune is doing what it's doing. He's retiring. Jeopardy hasn't been the same because the loss of Alice Trebek. So
yeah.
I mean, the only thing left really is Family Feud that I can take, that I can stomach, even though.
And no disrespect to Steve Harvey, but even that's changed over the years.
He is no Richard Dawson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Noah gave like his Mount Rushmore of TV show, game show legends. For me, it's Bob Barker and Richard Dawson. Like, those are the top two for me.
Dick Clark is great in the pyramid.
Yeah, Richard.
Maybe on London, but honestly, you can talk about game shows all night with me, and you would be here all night because game shows was my TV.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah.
See, my third one, I'd probably put Wink Martindale.
Ooh.
You ever seen that video of Family Guy when the question was a 3-letter animal, and the guy said alligator, and Richard Dawson looked at him and said, okay. It's the funniest video ever.
I got one up for you. During what month of pregnancy does a woman begin to look pregnant? September.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah, I remember that one too.
Hold the clock. I was fucking weak.
All right.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, let's throw it to Jeff here, who said that this may be emotional for him too.
Try me, Jeff.
Okay. This one really sucks for just a lot of reasons. You guys talk about growing up on The Price is Right. Staying home, getting that bottle of Wheaties because you got to get strong again for school the next day, and just doing your thing at home. And Bob Barker and Price is Right will always be forever linked in my memory to my grandmother, who's been gone 10 years this year. A lot of you guys know that. One of the first things I said to my friend Kathy this morning on the way home from my Arizona excursion was, somewhere up there, my grandparents and Jeannie Cooper from Y&R and Bob Barker are all going to just have the most ridiculous cocktail hour in the history of the fucking universe.
Oh, Jesus.
Like, I can't even imagine.
I don't want to.
No, it's Jeannie Cooper was the grand dame of soap opera. Was on Y&R from the beginning, and Bob, Bob Barker going out like Bob Barker should, as close to 100 as he could without going over, man. That's a Bob Barker way to go out, by God.
Exactly.
Fucking hell.
That close to the damn dollar. That close.
That's it. Almost hit that dollar without going over. That's the boss Bob Barker way to go. God, he did this shit on purpose.
Yeah, I like that, Jeff. Thank you. I needed that. I like that.
There you
That was a good one, Jeff. That was a good one, Jeff.
That is the joke of the night. Oh, I love it. Oh, wow. That was brilliant.
Told you that would go over good, Meach.
Yeah, I was sitting here, I threw it out there. And I'm like, he said do it. I'm like, all right, I'll leave it. I'm glad I did. Because I'm not going to for a bit.
Damn it.
Yeah, Drew. Again, part of my, for lack of a better term, bitch about Drew Carey going to the Hall of Fame was, okay, he was in the Rumble match, cool. Bob Barker, while there are a lot of great guest hosts in that era of guest hosts of Raw, it's Bob Barker and everybody else.
Damn right.
I will always say that. There were some good ones. There were even some great ones. Then there's Bob Barker.
Jeff might know my favorite one.
Don't off the top of my head, actually, but I'm.
Oh, okay.
That karate chop to Chavo Guerrero.
There have been a lot of them, to be fair, and I'm probably just, my brain's just like, probably it's right there obvious. I'm just not even thinking about it right now, to be honest with you, G.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
We've been going for a long time.
Nobody's just Jeremy Piven, that's for damn sure.
No.
Summerfest, fucking idiot. Anyway, oh, I know, it's President Trump. No, just kidding.
God.
Anyway.
And considering we're already past midnight West Coast, let's not go there, Meach. I know you said
Please
you
don't.
kind of wanted to go there.
I know. That's okay. He's meeting us today with that beautiful picture of him this week. Anyway, I just want to, like, I don't even know. I want to scream so loud and just release this because it's so. I get 99 is a full life, and he's been out of the public eye for a while now, and he retired even longer ago than that. But you guys mentioned the game show host over the years, and Pat Sajak, however else I feel about Pat, people love him. I don't, but it is what it is. We were spoiled here in LA because of our sports commentators. Game show fans have been spoiled years and years. Bob Barker, Pat Sajak, Dick Clark on Pyramid, the various Family Feud hosts, Dickie Dawson and Ray Combs when he was there, and Steve Harvey's just a fucking national treasure right now. He just is.
Longest running host.
I dare say he's the best host besides Richard Dawson, and even then, it's a debate for me in my brain because yes, Richard Dawson was originally, he was the classic host. I'm not gonna take that away at all by any means. But I just Bob Barker and Y&R and time with my grandmother. It was just such a way my life was shaped and helped me get where I am and become the person I am, good, bad, or indifferent. And I hadn't watched Price is Right on the regular since 2007. I don't think I'm going to be able to now, for being honest. But yeah, this week can just stop it now, please. Between the three of the people we're talking
Exactly.
about, and then Arlene this morning, like enough. We get it. I'm good.
All right.
Stop it.
It's all right, brother. It's all right.
Yeah.
I don't got much to say on this next
I'm
one.
so glad I'm going to Disneyland tomorrow because goddamn.
Yeah. See, and I know Jeff is emotional right now. As far as I know, I don't know if anybody else can even really speak on Arlene Sorkin because she's the original Harley Quinn, but I never really watched the animated series. So
I did.
And,
Okay,
and I also, as a Days fan, I haven't even talked to Teresa today about it yet, to be honest with you. You know, she was on Days for fucking ever. Anyway, I'm sorry. I cut across you. I apologize.
So, I mean, if anybody would like to speak about her, go ahead, because I have nothing, unfortunately.
I mean, she voiced. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I only know her from Harley. That's about it. I know she was on Days of Our Lives. I know she started as a soap opera person, but that all I know her from is Harley Quinn. And if you guys know me, you know I love Batman, Joker. I mean, when I have the computer in my room, you can see all the background is all Batman, all DC. So like, rest in peace to her. It's gonna suck. Like. To see who voices it now and all the video games and stuff that she did, but I don't have much to say about her besides that I only know her as Harley. I'm not a soap opera person, so.
I mean, heck, I named my two cats after my two favorite villains from Batman, Harley and Joker.
Exactly.
But you know, I've been watching. I don't know if Jeff's been watching it, but on Max, Harley Quinn, Kaylee Cuoco, she's been doing okay.
She's been doing so good. God, and what a road to have to hoe after freaking Arlene and then Tara. Like, goddamn, what a thing to have to play catch up ball, right?
Right, but she's doing an amazing job.
Yeah,
but that's my only memory with this. I didn't even know her name until she passed away today, and to play such an iconic voice during my childhood,
Well, what's so funny, and I've mentioned this earlier. People don't know. Paul Dini, who created the animated series, modeled Harley after Arlene. They were buddies in college. And when he wrote, he based Harley around Arlene, and then I guess Arlene did one of her crazy ass segments on Days. One of the character things she did, she had a court jester costume on, and Paul Dini went, there you go. So he brought her in. She tried the voice, and it's like, man, that accent, that's basically just Arlene just talking by as her.
Yeah.
So he did Mr. J, and it's
Mr.
like,
J,
it was perfect.
Mr. J.
It was so perfect, and Paul Dini went, all right, well, that takes care of that. But yeah, she was such a popular character, and a lot of it has to do with Arlene, that they wrote her into the comics.
That's crazy.
And now she's, again, JJ's much more of a Bat fan than I was. I am now very much a Bat fan, but I grew up on the Blue Boy by and large. But she has become as iconic in the vein of the Rogues Gallery as any of them.
Yeah.
And it's because Arlene kicked all the ass on the animated series, bringing her to life that the comic folks, the folks on the comic side had no choice but to bring her into the entire Bat story. So I love the Harley character. And again, this is another one of those that, I'm good this week on the loss quota. We're good. We get it. We're reset now. Appreciate you.
Can we get a break from this, right?
Yeah, seriously. It's generally 3 a week. This has been 4. It's enough.
That's right.
Her and Kevin Conroy are up there in heaven right now, just like looking down.
Oh my God! Like I can't even imagine. Like they're gonna be fucking with Mark Hamill in his sleep because they're that much of a couple of prankster assholes.
Yeah. Oh, Mark Hamill.
That one hit me hard too, Kevin. And I mean,
Yeah.
I got his autograph,
Yeah.
met him, took pictures a month before he passed. Like,
Oh
it's
my
crazy.
God! Yeah, when Kevin goes, it's gonna be bad.
You mean when Mark goes?
When Mark goes, yeah, Kevin's gone.
Yeah,
Sorry.
when
When
Mark
Mark goes,
goes,
the
yeah.
entire world's going to shut down because of everything he's doing. But, you know.
Yeah.
Oh my God. The Star Wars and oh my God, I don't even want to think about it.
Lord, if you're hearing us right now, please don't take Mark Hamill away from us.
No,
Find a
not
way.
yet.
Cryo freeze him with Walt. Just do something, please. Something. My God.
Yeah, you know, my wife loves Harley. Like she's so crafted up to Harley. Our wedding rings were Harley and Joker. It's like everything is. So it kind of sucks.
Yep. All right. I did star a few comments from Emmanuel regarding Bob Barker. I just forgot to get to those when everyone else was talking, so I'm going to read through those real quick. He said, I'm not going to lie, today hit me the hardest ever since I could remember. I saw The Price is Right with Bob Barker like a grandfather to him. When I was sick, I saw him. Just thank you for everything. Bob Barker, you're the next contestant to come to heaven.
That's a good one.
God bless him. Thanks for the memories. Thank you for entertaining me. And then he made a request if we can do a Bob Price is Right for the game night. We were going to do Price is Right in January as long as the game nights go through until then. You know, I don't know if we have a set date for Lingo yet. I was thinking September 16th.
Yeah.
Because the 2nd and the 3rd is Payback and All Out. The 9th is Victory Road.
The day after, yeah. Victory Road, yeah.
So I was thinking we could do it for that. So, Emmanuel, if you can make sure that you and Arlene are good for September 16th, we'll do Lingo. And then we'll go to Haunted Hangman. Whoever wins between you two will face my daughter in Haunted Hangman, which is basically Wheel of Fortune, just no wheel.
Yeah.
Then we get 2 months off because of back-to-back karaoke nights, much to Noah's chagrin. Disney karaoke and Christmas karaoke, and then it'll be back for The Price is Right in January because of Drew Carey, because of his appearance in the Rumble is why we had it for January.
Oh man, no, I'm embracing the Disney. I can't wait to do this stuff.
All right, so Emmanuel says he's good for the 16th, but his sister doesn't have her schedule yet. Okay, so worst comes to worst. If your sister does have to work that day, then we'll do Emmanuel versus my daughter for Lingo, and then the winner will face Arlene for Haunted Hangman. Worst
there you
comes to worst, but if your sister is available, you two have already paid. It'll be you two against each other, and the winner faces my daughter in October.
Yeah.
All
and then
right.
as far as the Price Right contestants, we'll figure that out when we get there.
Yes.
Well, January keeps getting closer and closer. Like it just feels like it's going rapid pace.
Yeah, right.
The summer's almost gone. It's ridiculous how time is going.
Yeah. It's the summer permanence in AEW. It's making us all feel lighthearted. So we're all skipping through the summer without even realizing it. It's a beautiful thing, my God.
All right, so that is it for the topics for this week. Just to give everybody a chance to kind of recuperate their emotions. Even though I did already run this, since he's here, I'm going to go ahead and rerun the Parker Kane Promotions video for a minute. And then we'll come back and we'll start running through the plugs.
Hello pals, Alyssa Marino here, and as a friend of Parker Kane Promotions, I am super excited to share the awesomeness that they've got in store for you this November at WrestleCade. You'll be seeing the world-traveling Capital Championship Wrestling Global Fighting Champ Rebecca J. Scott, A rising star who's been featured on Ladies Night Out, MCW, and more, the stunner Emily J. An internationally traveled talent who you've seen on NXT UK and Stardom, Angel of the Ring Xia Brookside. And NWA World Women's Tag Team Champion, Chicago's sweetheart Missa Kate, will also be appearing live. It's all going down WrestleCade weekend in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. You can catch these stars brought to you by Parker Kane Promotions on Saturday, November 25th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And be sure to stick around for Ladies Night Out the following day on Sunday, November 26th. You can get your WrestleCade weekend tickets at WrestleCade.com.
All right.
Awesome.
So, did Alyssa record a second promo just in case the trend continues tomorrow with the title changes? Because every title but one changed hands tonight, and Missa Kate might not be the major women's tag team champions after this crazy shit.
Yeah, true.
I mean, they are facing Ella and Kylie, and they want the belts back. So I don't know. Anyway, just happened to notice that. I was like, oh shit.
All right, so let's go ahead and we'll start running through these. Walter, you've got my Facebook now. If you've got the graphic for your promotions and you want to send that to me real quick, that way I can show a graphic for you. Otherwise, you can just rattle off as normal where people can find you.
I'll just rattle off. I'll send it for next week though. Or
okay, cool.
Run back on. So
ahead.
on the X, or as Noah says, Twitter, I'm at Walter Alex Cruz, and for the Instagram, it's Cow Fire Farms. And that's it for me. And thanks for having me on here again.
Yeah, absolutely. Great having you on. Big G.
Yes, so there are my socials. You can follow me at TikTok at BigBallerG1988, Twitter or X at NoDQ_BigBallerG, and on Threads on Insta at NoDQ_BigBallerG1988. And I didn't send this to you guys, but on Saturday 16th, Legends of Hamburg, we are bringing in oh my God, Dave LaGreca and former producer Gabby of Busted Open Radio.
Oh wow!
There you go.
Right on.
Yeah, LaGreca and my buddies, they've become, I don't want to say like personal friends, but we brought them in a couple times for the meet and greets and stuff like that. So
right.
Yeah.
Cool deal. All right. Let's see here. Jeff.
That's me.
I'm going to start running through these. If you want to be ready and scroll your device up, whatever you're using, phone, laptop, to the dad's plug. And then once I get through these for the members only, we can kind of just like trade back and forth discussing some of these as we go down.
Okay, looking for it.
But while he does that, make sure you guys check out the members only section of the Casa D18 Studios channel, where you can find all of my exclusive wrestling content, including Renegade Wrestling Reviews. No, I changed it. Yeah, it's the right one. Don't throw me off like that.
Sorry. Okay, I won't.
Where you can find all of our episodes of Renegade Wrestling Reviews. I've had all of this content go live this month. My reviews of SummerSlam 88, 98, and 08, as those events celebrated their 35th, 25th, and 15th anniversaries, by God. Also had my call with Noah of Chris Benoit versus Randy Orton for the World Heavyweight Championship from SummerSlam 04 go live. Few days late, but coming up pretty much as soon as we get off the air, this is going to go live in the members only section. The Destruction of the Shield should have gone live Thursday, but it hadn't been filmed yet, and then everything kind of went down. I was going to edit it on Friday and was on Simply Predicting. I was on the impromptu stream that I'll talk about in a moment, so it didn't get up. I edited it today, but then with trying to get everything prepped, it hasn't been able to go live. So pretty much as soon as we get off the air here, this is going to go live for the members only section, the Destruction of the Shield. In the community tab, you can currently vote on the 5 matches that James chose for you guys to vote on, as far as which match you want Noah and I to call for the month of September. Your choices are Anarchy Rules 99, Taz defending the ECW title against Mike Awesome and Masato Tanaka. Unforgiven 2000, the Hardys versus Edge and Christian inside of a steel cage. Unforgiven 03, Randy Orton versus Shawn Michaels. Lethal Lockdown from No Surrender 09. And AJ Styles challenging Dean Ambrose at Backlash 2016. So far, only 2 people have voted. There's a vote for Unforgiven 03 and a vote for Backlash 16. There are at least 4 other people who are subscribed to the members only section that have not voted. So if you are one of those people and you are hearing the sound of my voice here tonight, cast your vote in this poll. You only have until Wednesday. Make sure you go back and you check out the impromptu live version of Dads that we did this past Monday in the archives. It was originally supposed to be filmed and aired this past Friday. However, with the quote unquote hurricane / tropical storm / heavy rainfall that we got, the kids were declared out of school on Monday. So we went ahead and we went live instead of making it Memorex.
Yes.
So go back into the archives on both the Jeff Meacham Network and the Casa D18 Studios channel and check out the top 10 actors and actresses that we lost too soon.
No.
Yes.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Also go back and watch on demand the episode of Watch Along we did in my absence, but we did it for the Renegade's birthday of NXT Heatwave, which was this last Tuesday. So make sure you guys check that out in the archives across the multiverse of media. I don't know why that's not going down there. It goes piece of drop. Crap doesn't work. Damn thing. So check that out. Also go out and check out in the archives yesterday's impromptu but very touching watch along of SmackDown yesterday, which one of the most emotional things. I'm sure I have not had a chance to go back and watch it yet. I'm quasi dreading it because I'm probably going to get all verklempt again. But we also yesterday had
Okay, we're supposed to be trading off.
I'm sorry, dude. I got all the. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You're good.
Make sure you also go back to the archives on both the Simple Man's brand as well as the Casa D18 Studios and check out the Simply Predicting that we did for tomorrow's AEW All In, which has been declared what, Noah?
The biggest event in wrestling history, damn it!
Wow. Surprised he still has a voice.
I'm not.
You
Which
better
of
use that
course,
voice, Noah.
which of course we will be doing a watch along for beginning at 8:00 a.m. Pacific time, 11:00 a.m. East Coast time. James, I will need you for at least the beginning because Noah will be at church until about 12:30-ish Eastern time.
Yep.
So I will need you at least for the opening hour and part of the 0 hour.
Okay. Will do.
And then I was talking to both Noah and Jeff about this. If you want, sir, not saying you have to or whatever, but if you would like to take that show off as far as calling the action and just call emergence, I'll call All In with Noah. Still more than welcome to watch, still more than welcome to participate.
I'm
if you want.
totally no, I wouldn't miss this for the world. I gotta watch this. It's too big. I want to be on.
Okay.
I'll be tired as hell when I wake up, but I'll be energized when the first match happens.
All right. Jeff?
So yes, be sure to check out
that happened earlier today. Go back in the archives and check out Noah and who else. I have not been able to watch this. Who's on the prediction show with you, Noah?
That was
for Emergence?
James. That was James and Christopher Rotz.
All right, check that out. That was in the archives earlier today at 5 o'clock Eastern. Of course, they're predicting tomorrow's second watch along, which will be Emergence. That'll be coming up. Don't know. I think it's 8 o'clock Eastern start time, so you guys probably go live at what, 4 o'clock Pacific time, so 5 o'clock Eastern.
Remember, in between All In and Emergence, we will be having a happy hour edition of Open Mic Night.
Oh, that's right. No, are you doing that right after All In, or
yes.
What's your what? Okay. Well, I mean,
yes, the original plan was to cut the stream from All In once that goes off the air. Start the stream with Open Mic Night. That way, there's no getting cut off after 12 hours. So the second stream would be Open Mic Night and Emergence.
Oh, okay. Very good. Well, that is what we shall do. Again, I am totally off the button on that, for unfortunately. I'm going to go back and watch everything, probably not till Tuesday. There'll be so much to watch.
Right.
And I work Monday too. But yeah, just again, thank everybody for the support on the watch along this weekend. It's going to be, we've only just begun, as Nate says. And then, of course, just the general plugs, kids, because at the end of the day, it may not be Noah's, it may not even be mine if we're really being accurate, but it is JJ's NXT, by God. So I won't say damn it because that's Noah's shtick.
Yeah.
But yes.
Stick your own shtick.
What?
I said
My own
stick
shtick.
your own shtick.
That's it. Hey, name on the marquee. Everybody shtick. Ha.
That's true.
She was here a little bit earlier, but make sure you guys subscribe and like, turn those notification bells on for Datilla at the Rangers of Wrestling on YouTube, where you can find all of her coverage for Raw, Dynamite, SmackDown, sometimes Collision. She usually covers the pay-per-views as well, so she's going to have quite the weekend ahead of her.
As well as Power Week this coming week, right, for everybody?
Mm-hmm.
She's been doing Power Month. I'm doing Power Week.
You're doing Power Week. That's true. And then, of course, as we have 2 pay-per-views next weekend, we have to do predictions. So I'll be appearing on the No DQ side of things for predictions, with Payback coming up on Tuesday.
Okay, let me get to the right graphic then.
It's right underneath it. Why would it?
Because you weren't talking about Raw, Dynamite, or SmackDown.
Oh, I said that's okay. It's all right. It doesn't matter. Tuesday, August 29th for Payback predictions for No DQ, and then we'll, of course, follow up with Talk Wrestling that night as per usual on Tuesdays. And then
Greg Cherry.
Well, okay, like I was told we're trading off, but I don't know how far down you want me to go, because you're not on the Greg Cherry Show. I am, so I
Go ahead on these. It's fine.
Okay, cool. Greg Cherry Show on Wednesday. I should be home Wednesday. Yeah, I'm off Wednesday, so I should be there for the Greg Cherry Show. We'll probably be talking about the pay-per-views for the weekend, as we do, and talking about the general world around us, and hopefully bring back World State Laws this week, because this last week wasn't, so we're able to do that. All out predictions on Thursday with No DQ at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. The No DQ review, while usually on Sundays, will not be back now until the Tuesday after All Out.
Yeah, Tuesday, September 5th, I believe, is the next tentative episode of the review.
Yeah, and that's just because this weekend and next are just so batshit crazy. The algorithm will be thrown off exponentially if we try to do. Yeah, supposedly. Well,
James, I have a couple images in here loaded for you if you want to talk about these real quick.
As I've been discussing, and as we've been on Open Mic Night, I've been actually uploading these watch parties as we speak. All in London Go Home Week and All Out Go Home Week. Watch parties for Dynamite and Collision, and we will also be doing the pay-per-views as well, hosted by Casey Gallagher and Zero. And we'll be hosting those festivities for the pay-per-view. That will be airing a day after the watch-along events themselves. You could also check out the Indie Force podcast, episode 27, and Jay Hebert Side of Things, episode 5, also on the Jay Hebert Studios right now. Scan the QR codes, check out my side of things, and check out the Indie Force being nerds, weebs, and dorks of fortune. And that's really all I got as far as plugs go. Wrestling Fortune 44, I don't have a graphic for that, but bunch of retros coming up. You saw it in the trailer, but doing summer shows, Memorial Day hype for Payback and All Out, and All In hype. Bunch of retros on all of those shows leading into the hectic couple of weeks we got coming up. So there you go.
Noah, why don't you go ahead and plug this for me?
All right. Damn it! Well, I will plug this. Shout out to my friend Amara J, K. Megan Chiba, who once again has always proven that J is worth more than gold. She will actually be part of history live as she has chosen to go all in. Cheers to you, my friend. Have an incredible time. Please follow her, folks, at Amara J on social media. Follow me if you choose to on Twitter and on YouTube, primarily Adam Foster 1916 for all things wrestling as per usual. There's more simple text to predicting live watch-on events and other collaborative events, part of the Multiverse me as well. As a community tab, we'll have simple assessments, prediction league updates and forums, and other stuff to come to. And that's just coming up across my simple brand in conjunction with FTW and, of course, WWE Network. Sleeper Didn't, of course, the brainchild, but we got Payback and All Out this week, and you see what's coming up so far based on what's announced. What is the primary, though, of NXT and Ring of Honor? Try to add stuff in between, so stay tuned for more on that.
Yeah, like I said, man, when we came on there today, hardest working man in wrestling right now, simply predicting Payback and All Out coming up next week. Definitely looking forward to being on the Payback panel. Count me in for that. All Out. We'll kind of see what the repercussions are from tomorrow's show.
Yeah.
Technically today's show at this point.
Well, yeah.
As to whether or not I will be on that one or not.
Well, I mean, the way I see it is this. I'm going to do Payback 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday, and based on what the All Out card is announced as, that literally might just be a simple solo thing for me some point Saturday before Payback, because Payback is Saturday night. And as far as I still take it all in, JJ, it's either got to be Monday or might have to do something else or just, figure out a different time for it. It might have to be Monday evening or Wednesday evening. Actually,
Maybe what we should do is wait until All Out and do All In and All Out at the same time.
Oh yeah, we can do commercial breaks and stuff like that. Double feature. I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Of
We'll talk
course,
about that later, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, I touched on it a little bit earlier, but make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for a special happy hour edition of Open Mic Night.
Hey.
Probably going to throw the Laurinaitis thing out since Jeff brought that up today, as far as the fact that reason WWE hasn't been to the UK for so long was because of him. But we do still have 4 other topics to kind of get into as a part of a happy hour edition of Open Mic Night tomorrow. I see Jeff's shout out. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to wait until after you and Noah sing? Because we still owe that.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, let's do that now. So I don't know the context of the picture from she posted today, but shout out to my buddy Danielle Harris with the replica of the U.S. Championship on her shoulder. I don't know what the hell the context is. No idea. But I did want to point out that she posted that today because I know she sometimes watches wrestling from what I've been told, but she'll be part of the convention at the end of next month. So just wanted to give that a quick little shout out because I'll be there for both days of the convention. So always good to see Danielle doing stuff that you just wouldn't expect to see Danielle Harris having, and holding a WWE championship is one of them. But she and Ray are in the same weight class, so maybe she beat him in a 24/7 style. Who knows?
Damn.
Damn. That's one way to make a match. Brilliant.
Hey,
All right,
they're
so
both tiny as fuck. I mean, God, they're both like 5'0". So.
Per the super chats that we did receive, we have to do both songs. So Jeff, you are up first to do Desperado.
I am indeed.
Remember, both of you, we don't have to sing the entire song.
Okay.
Just the first verse and the chorus. That's what we always do. It's already 1:45, so 3:45 for you East Coasters. Let's get our shit in and get out of here.
I completely agree.
I agree with that. So, like with Desperado, there's not really a chorus. So, where do you want me to go to the end or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me get it queued up then here. Hang on, freaking grumble, bitch.
Closed captioning.
I didn't forget, Emmanuel. We're getting those songs done.
Like, no,
I know we ran late tonight, but yeah, we're still getting our shit in.
As we do.
Yes, we won't hold off and break promises.
No.
Trying, guys. Sorry, it's just it's without the there we go. There we go. Oh. All right, I am now ready. Here we go. We'll get it done here. Okay. Hear it. Turn it way low. All right, here we go. Don't your feet get cold in the wintertime? The sky won't snow and the sun won't shine. It's hard to tell the nighttime from the day. Losing all your highs and lows. Ain't it funny how the feeling goes away? Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Come down from your fences. Open the gate. It may be raining, but there's a rainbow above you. You better let somebody love you. Somebody love you. You better let somebody love you before it's too late.
There you go. Well done, Meach.
Thank you. I was going to get a knife, but we'll go for it.
Shit.
All right. Emmanuel, if you haven't already told Arlene Noah's about to sing, make sure you let her know. Because he did put it in the chat there. Arlene needs a reminder. She's always forgetting. So I went ahead and said it real quick, Noah. People power.
Now that's what I call Noah music. Let's go.
Shut up.
Yeah, that's true. Live in Fear is a slow song, so that'll end up on Noah. That's what I call slow jams.
Damn it!
Coming soon. JeffMeachamNetwork.com.
Hell. All right, let me see if I can get this queued up. Perfect background too. All right. Might as well just go like this.
Whoa.
All right, here goes nothing. Try to turn this down as slow as I possibly can. This thing has a slow build-up.
James is the best part so far.
They're trying to be the bass player. All about that bass with James Hebert.
No trouble.
Oh, God damn it,
in his mouth, tasting freedom while he's falling back to the top of the stairs, up the stairs. He won't see the sun again for years to come. He's broken out in love. Like a cat without a care, roaming freely through the streets. You could find him in amongst the pigeons in the square. But he won't see the sun again for years to come. He's broken out in love.
All right.
Yeah.
Well done, Noah.
All right, the guitar solo's on the thing. I feel like I halfway fall asleep.
Right?
That is a slow tune. That puts you to sleep.
Sleep? What's that? Freaking Firefly lullaby up in here.
Yeah. Good grief. That's the quiet and lowest tone I've ever used my voice here on this network.
All right. So now that is done, we have fulfilled our singing obligations. Again, thank you, Emmanuel, for the $50 in super chats.
Yes,
to make
always.
that happen. Thank you to Catherine for her super chats this evening. For everybody that was on the panel tonight, for Stat Boy, Stat Girl, for Big Baller G, for Datilla, for Walter Cruz, for James Hebert, for the West Coast Professor Jeff Meacham, for myself, the Renegade JJ Williams, Noah Foster, take us out of here eloquently as you always do.
It's been a wild 5 hours of shenanigans, to say the least, but it's always fun and always happy to be a part of the Just For You Never Motivated family. But folks, again, it goes like this when it comes to me. For I am but a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! Where I only wish to constantly remind you that there are no winners, there are no losers, there are no betters. Just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality to treasure your family. And just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It is as simple as that.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow for our coverage of All In, Happy Hour Open Mic Night, and Emergence.
Have a good night, folks.
Run.